now.
We're live?
Baby,
live,
it's
yeah.
all right now. We are live.
All right. Well,
live on the YouTubes.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, Jonas of all ages, thank you for watching Midnight Range TM's The Closer. Please be sure to check out guntube.org.
Give him a bird.
You know it. You know it.
Credit card.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's
So yeah,
captured.
Rich. It said. Is that all she mentioned to you, Rich? That so Rich came into the restaurant last night, and under visiting notes it says may steal salt and pepper shakers. Attention, allergic to carbonated beverages.
Yes, I forgot about that part. Yeah, she did mention that too.
Yep. So we wanted to make sure you didn't get any carbonated beverages, and you had a.
Well, that's okay.
You had a good night.
That's okay. I ordered an Arnold Palmer anyway.
Oh, okay, good.
It had
Kept
like
it nice and
five
flat
of
for
them.
you.
It had like
There you
five.
go.
My wife had two sweet teas in the same amount of time that I drank 5 Arnold Palmers.
We a bit thirsty, were you?
Still got this nagging
I don't know
cough.
what it was. You know what it actually was? The Arnold Palmer was done perfectly.
There you go.
You know, sometimes you get the Arnold Palmer and lemonade will overpower the iced tea or vice versa. This was a perfect blend of both.
There you go. Whatever was in the bottom of the soda machine was just perfect for you when we dumped it out. So that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You see,
Good stuff.
little do you know, it's actually something they put in the air to make you more thirsty, so you spend more money on drinks.
Coronavirus.
Yeah. The best part is we go to an Asian fusion restaurant and I order pepperoni pizza.
That's good pepper. It's imported pepper. It's imported pepperoni though. Don't worry.
Yeah, it was good pizza.
It's imported pepperoni from Jersey.
Yeah, my wife did it. My wife did it right though. She got filet lo mein. Yeah, I tell you what, the steak that you had in that was cooked perfectly.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, we saw a lot of that. If Ohio 45 says so, is this the Gun Channel's Oscars chat? Yes, it is. We will be voting later. We should. I didn't realize tonight was the Oscars. We could have done that. We could have done most likely to. We could have done it like a yearbook. Most likely to succeed. Most likely to fall asleep on a chat. Maybe that's
most likely to grow up and rob a liquor store.
Yeah, we couldn't come up with something on the fly. Ozark says K-pasta. What kind of pasta? I don't know. What kind of pasta?
Perfectly cooked.
Gizzard, you were first? Yeah. Some people eat it dry. I knew a kid that used to munch on
ramen.
Used to chomp on dried spaghetti. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Who raised you? You raised by wolves or something? Jesus.
When I grew up, we were so poor we didn't have water to boil our spaghetti in. We had to eat it dry.
Yeah, it's so weird, man. I'm like,
that's in my day, the earth didn't have any water, so we couldn't boil it. We just had to suck on it.
Yeah, so weird, man. Gizzard, obnoxious. Ozzy's out there. Budget's out there yelling and screaming again. The guys can't take that guy anywhere. I'll tell you what. Nope. Western Probst is out there. Moo's out there. I know he's sick, so he said he's not jumping in today. He's sick. He's sicky pies. He's
bottle fatigue.
Yeah, probably. Rich out there. Ozark, we talked about already. Kinky, Grim, Mystic. And Seven Wonders out there. Guy that comments. Glim Tech. Schnobs out there. I still got this nagging cough too, so I'm gonna have to.
Or not nag too. Probably. Oh, you said cough.
Yeah. I didn't say that. Misha, Kingpin. Kingpin says, I'm not sure if I'm in the right place. Is this where you get the lobotomy? Yeah, absolutely.
That's a requirement to get on the panel.
5-finger discount.
You have to have had one.
Well, it's not really a 5-finger discount. It's just that somebody found an ice pick.
Yeah. The tools fell off the back of a truck, so we're able to give cheap surgeries, discount prices.
But if you want us to use disinfectant, it will cost you an additional 25% surcharge.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
bad surgeries done dirt cheap. Oh wait, that's totally not that sound.
No, that's not a thing.
That was horrible.
That just exists in your own deranged imagination. And that's saying something for this chat.
You said the baseball bat is free.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, the first hit is free. Otherwise, it's $29.95 for each additional whack. We need to make like the first one super profitable because we're pretty sure after the first surgery, we're either going to get shut down or no one's going to come back. So,
Mystic Gun says, "I was so disappointed on your show tonight, Rich. Why were you What were you doing on his? How did you get on his show? He didn't even have a show. You nut job. Jeez.
It was in her
Gotta be
own,
married to her.
in her own
How many
mind.
personality disorders required to join the panel? At least 3.
mm-hmm.
Sorry, let's start. We got the Brady Bunch, 9 of us going on here. It was worse than that. Misha's out there. Yeah, I did say Misha. Gizzard, what's going on? I saw you had a early bird chat today.
Yeah,
Mr. Fancy Pants.
yeah. Well, I came home yesterday instead of spending the night at my daughter's, so Snob suggested maybe I do one,
I didn't suggest. I asked.
and so I got myself up and had one. It was fun. I got to do
Totally
that.
shamed him into doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yeah, we had quite a few in there. It was a good time. Thanks to everybody who joined the show.
Absolutely. It was good to see you guys were on. Glimtech, what's happening? You shot today? You had a match today?
Yes, and man, am I tired. Like I said, it's going to be a short
How'd
night
you do?
tonight.
You still got all your toes?
Yeah. I actually shot 2 guns today, so I shot 2 different classes today.
Cool.
And did miserably in the one.
What do you shoot? I don't know that I've ever asked you that.
I do a Glock for my comp gun is a Glock 34, and that's not real decked out, but decked out enough.
That's a 45?
No, that's a 9mm.
Oh, okay.
Long slide 9mm.
Oh, okay.
And that has an SRO on it and some internal work, but not a whole lot. And my concealed my EDC gun I shot today too, which is my CZP-01 Omega. Changed the sights on it last night and shot it today, and they used to say it's off.
I took mine to the range today too.
What did you take to the range?
PO1 Omega.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I put a set of TFX Pros on, which was supposed to be an easy 15, 20-minute job to swap the sights out. Turned out to be a 3-hour excursion because I had to drill the rear sight screw out because they stripped it when they put it in, and I think they red Loctited and soldered the thing in there too. Oh, it was horrible. Yeah, I wound up having to drill it out, and it wasn't a good time.
Yeah, I was watching it. I clicked on a video once where Budget, are you underneath Rich on your screen? Because you're not on mine. You're all the way at the top on mine.
And you're underneath.
He's under
Gizzard on
Gary
mine.
for me. Brown
It doesn't
chicken,
work.
brown rooster.
See, you blew it. You blew it, Budget.
You had one job to do.
Yeah, I watched a video once
on
where a
YouTube.
guy-
I'm under Rich.
Under Rich, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Always took you for a bottom.
Wow.
You know.
You're gonna go there.
He had
You
If
know,
the
I had
money's
to.
right,
he
you know,
got a
it's negotiable.
$20, $20.
20 bucks is 20 bucks. There you go.
I can be had, but not cheaply.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That's not what I heard about
One
you.
thing to say to you, Budget.
What's
Them
that
fighting
supposed to mean?
That it.
That's it. Them fighting words.
I do.
And Budget. So what's up other than you're trying to cause mass hysteria? Tried to kill Rich.
Yeah, I know, right? I just got done watching season 2 of Cobra Kai. It was freaking awesome. So yeah, I'm all hyped up on Karate Kid. So there you go.
Does Daniel LaRusso get the touchdown in the end and win?
No, and pretty much everybody loses at the end of season 2 of Cobra Kai. It's pretty great.
Oh.
Not going to spoil it, other than to say that.
Does he do Does he do any van surfing like Teen Wolf?
No.
No, then it sucks probably.
So what you're saying is they left it on a cliffhanger, so they'll be making sure you come back for season 4.
Season 3, but yeah, pretty much.
They'll pull a Fox and cancel it.
Did he get the Lamborghini up to 88 miles per hour?
Yes,
Actually, I think that was a Ford Edsel that was supposed to get up to 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, so they never made it back in time. That would have been the best movie ever if they picked a car and couldn't quite get it to 88, and they're just like, half an hour into the movie, they're just like, it's just.
Well, it's holding pretty steady at 88 point or at 87.5, 87.6.
They're just doing donuts.
We don't have another 3 miles.
Didn't it have to hit 88.1 miles an hour?
Nope,
had to
just
be the
88.
0.1? Oh, just
No,
88?
I think it was 88.
It was just 88 because it was just something that Zemeckis thought was easy to remember.
Okay.
And wasn't like super slow or super fast.
Hey, it could have been even better than an Edsel, to be honest. They could have had a Ford Pinto. They wouldn't have hit 88 going downhill.
They would have if somebody had rear-ended them.
Yeah. Turbo, if you rear-ended
I don't know if that would have counted because it would have went kaboom.
Rear-ended them going
I don't
downhill.
know. I don't know. I would have to dispute this. There was one October night that some friends and I were in a Ford Pinto station wagon.
You got rear-ended.
No, we went and stole a bunch of pumpkins from the pumpkin patch and went on a hell ride, throwing pumpkins at mailboxes. Which, by the way, a pumpkin will tear a mailbox clean out of the ground. But if you hadn't,
I think we need a disclaimer here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the views and opinions of Budget Guns and Gear. Views and opinions of Budget Guns and Gear only do not reflect the views and opinions of Range or anybody else on the panel.
It gets better. This was
budget.
over 30 years ago.
Yeah, statute of limitations is probably
Statute of limitations is up.
No, there's no statute of limitations on felonies, and destruction of post office property is a felony.
So
Big time.
What I want to know is how do you have any guns? Because I'm pretty sure you'd have to lie on a 4473 if you did all that bad stuff.
No,
No, because it was a
isn't he
misdemeanor. We
convicted?
got caught. It was a misdemeanor.
Oh.
We got caught because we did the local constable's house and got chased.
and their Pinto wouldn't run very fast.
No, actually, we outran her. It also helped that we were hanging out the windows chucking pumpkins at her too.
Of course, she was on a bicycle, but
I was 17, man. It was just
Yeah,
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to point this out as perfect proof positive that people were acting like idiotic, slightly murderous jackasses long before Grand Theft Auto was even a thing. So get off my ass.
yes.
Yeah, and this would have been the first case and probably the only case of a Pinto being involved in a police chase where the officer was on a moped.
I don't know what she was driving, but we outran her. But she happened to recognize the car because where I'm from, everybody knows everybody, and they just came and got us the next day.
Yeah,
and it was
Now
a
that
misdemeanor. They
that
only
being-
charged us with a misdemeanor.
Being said, I have seen a Pinto go faster than 100 miles an hour,
Yes,
but it was one that
Pintos can go faster
specifically
than
made for drag racing.
yeah. I was gonna say,
I
or
knew
somebody. It was
somebody
because
when
somebody
I was-
stole it.
I know.
No,
I know
just because you steal something doesn't make it go faster. Ask anybody who's been on cops who's gotten arrested for DUI on a
You gotta paint
lawnmower.
flames on it. Got to paint flames on it.
No,
I
you
knew a
got
guy
to
that
put
took
holes
a,
in the hood,
Dodge Omni.
speed holes.
I knew a guy that took a Dodge Omni and put a turbocharger in it.
dude,
How long
Dodge
that last?
Omnis
Would
were
straight
awesome.
up-
Yeah, they
That
were.
thing would straight up run.
I would tell you they were. I was just talking about Dodge Omnis the other day with somebody at work. Those things were ugly as sin, boxy as hell, but they ran forever, and they were fun to drive. Man, they handled really well. I liked the Dodge Omni. That was a great
Well,
little car.
You put a turbocharger on it and a mailbox on the hood, and that thing will straight up run.
Oh, I bet.
Ugly and boxy kind of sounds like obnoxious.
Hey,
No,
I'm around.
he sounds more
I'm
like
around it.
pumpkins that we're throwing. He was like the one that they picked. Like, why the hell did you put this? We can't throw that. This was not going to fit out the window.
I can see it now. Budget 17 years old, driving down the highway, throwing pumpkins and just accidentally throws a little baby obnoxious out the window. Oops! Bloop, 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 bloop.
Well, that's what you get for tagging along.
Man, that was.
Did I do that?
I'm going to tell you, it was totally
Don't
worth
throw
the
the
fine
baby.
and the restitution. We had to go for miles and replace every freaking mailbox that we did. That was why it turned into a misdemeanor, because we agreed to replace everything.
We lived outside of town when I was growing up too, and we had our mailbox just destroyed. I don't know how many times, man. Blown up, baseballed, hit with baseball bats and stuff, and then on top of that, just every once in a while, especially during the winter, because we lived out kind of a windy road, they would just get plowed over. Like the plow would hit them, or somebody would lose control driving in the snow and hit them. Like, I don't know how many times my dad had to they had to go buy new mailboxes and put them up. Crazy. We're always getting messed up out there. And then when I was a kid, I seem to remember there was a case where some kids were playing. I don't remember where it was though. Some kids were playing mailbox baseball, and the person had put like concrete around their mailbox because it kept getting messed up, right? And when the kid swung the bat and hit it, it pulled him out of the car and he got hurt real bad.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't remember ever what came of that, but I remember it happening. And
I think it made like national news is like the end of the news blurb.
Yeah,
I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it happened. I wouldn't imagine that. I would not think that it probably didn't happen more than one time, but I do remember it happening and it being a big deal. I don't remember what happened. I know they tried to sue the guy, and it was just like one of those things where, I mean, 99.9999% of the public is like, screw them. They shouldn't have been doing it. But I don't know if the guy ever got in trouble for that or not.
The only thing I could see him getting in trouble with is if the particular municipality has regulations on what you can and can't make your mailboxes out of, or if the state highway department, because like out here, since I live on the or my place is on the highway, it has to be a metal signpost that it's actually connected to the ground with, because they don't want, we wouldn't want little John Q. Public or little Jimmy or Janie to run their car into a concrete pillar doing 60 miles an hour, regardless of the fact that it would obliterate the pillar.
Yeah. My wife says, budget, I think we may have hung out back in the day. Apparently she was a troublemaker. There you go.
Hi, Mia.
I'm glad I was a good kid and didn't do stupid stuff like that.
Yeah, I was not.
Yeah.
I didn't get in a whole lot of trouble. I used to do some dumb stuff, but I never really caused a whole lot of damage, I
never got caught, so I was a good kid.
Yeah. Nothing I could have gotten like, I could have gotten trouble for, but not a whole lot like that where or not a whole lot where you're actually causing damage and stuff like that, blowing up mailboxes and stuff like that. I wouldn't have, but
yeah,
we Pacer looked like the Jefferson. Well, okay, everybody is. Everybody does shit that they're like, you look back on now, it's like, wow, it's amazing that I didn't kill myself doing that,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, moving on. Rich, what's going on?
Yeah.
Once we're through here, we'll come back to you and talk a little bit about the outdoor show, see what you thought about that. But other than that, what's going on? How you doing? Are you home? You guys are home yet or no?
Yeah, we're home. Made it home, safe and sound.
Good to hear it. No show this week. Anything else going on with you? Anything planned?
Got lots of pictures to put up on Instagram.
Awesome.
From the show and also from the Civil War Museum. So we went
Oh,
there yesterday before we went over to the outdoor show.
okay. Do you go to the one in did you go to Gettysburg or did you do the one in Harrisburg?
One in Harrisburg.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. That's cool. I haven't been there in a long time. I don't know what it's it's been forever since I've been to that
Got
one.
lots of cool old guns that I got pictures of, and some sabers and stuff like that, and different uniform styles for like cavalry, infantry, and the Navy from the wartime period. The
That's
scene
cool.
that they have there at the surgery where the guy was getting his leg amputated, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there was it's neat. You guys got a chance to do that too. Get a couple of things, keep yourself busy with some cool stuff.
Yeah, my
That's
wife
neat.
likes going to that kind of museum stuff and whatnot, so we hit that on the way over to the outdoor show.
Yeah, awesome. Obnoxious, what's going on, buddy guy?
Nothing at all. I'm just
little
here.
baby pumpkin.
I'm just here.
You just her?
I'm just here. Ain't much going on. I got some stuff and some things in the works. That's about it. That's all I can tell you right now.
Oh, it's very very secret, huh?
Top secret stuff.
Yep.
Very double secret probation kind of stuff, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Can't mess with that.
His attorney probably told him not to speak on it.
That may or may not be true.
They're talking about cow tipping out there. The wife says I couldn't tip cows either. I know if Two Live Moo was ever a waiter, he'd be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
People would
Remember
want
to
to
tip your staff.
Is
Is that what you do at the end of the night? You just go over and tip your staff?
I wouldn't mind doing it to some of them. That's for sure. That's why I didn't get a chance to come back out and say goodbye to Rich because they ended up calling me back into the kitchen and I never made my way back out. And I was like, texted him. I was like, sorry, I can't make it out. I got a guy back here being a douche.
Yeah, what was my response?
Rose ass in the fryer.
Yeah. Got a new guy, and he's kind of a little bit of a square peg in a round hole. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's long for my world.
Yeah, my wife
is his name Adam?
That you have with new people. She's like, "Watch, he won't show up on Monday." My wife's already cursed you.
Yeah. He's a little big for his britches sometimes, and I'm just not down with that. Like I don't like arrogance and people that are a little snappy with others and that kind of thing. So we'll see how it works out. But I mean, maybe I could beat it out of him. I don't know, but if I can't, I'm not really sure. He might end up moving on here pretty soon, which is unfortunate because you need to help. But I also, one of the things you can't allow is you can't allow somebody to make waves. You need somebody that's going to be part of the team and sort of melt in with everybody else. And sometimes it just doesn't happen. But Kingpin, what's going on with you? How's Maryland?
Oh, it's peachy as always.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's pretty good. I mean, you take out all the politicians and the laws and, most of the weather, and it's just great.
Right.
You're taking out politicians?
Oh.
Is it at that point in Maryland yet?
Uh-oh.
Well, Kingpin isn't telling you he's taking them out on dates.
Oh, there you
go.
go.
They figured the addressing of grievances through like the cellular phone telephones and the electronic mails weren't working, so they decided to take them out for a nice little light buffet supper to just kind of understand and get to know them of why they're being such assholes.
Yeah, and if you don't count
reasonable.
Baltimore County, Baltimore City, Easton, Montgomery County, and Frederick, Maryland's like great.
Isn't that like 2/3 of the county?
Yeah, those are also pretty much the biggest counties too. But if you get rid of them, everything else is pretty fantastic. Matter of fact, if you just take my neighborhood's really great.
Just
now,
shrink it down
while you're there or while you're at
my
work.
house is really nice.
As a matter of fact, screw my house. It's just this room.
Yeah.
This chair that I'm sitting in.
Right.
That's great.
Right about now.
Ape, you got anything
Guy
going
that
on?
comments.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Interesting question.
I got nothing really. I kind of cleaned up my bench a little bit. Did a lot of laundry, and then we got like 6 inches of snow last night, so I stayed up late to get it removed while it was still light and fluffy.
Mm-hmm.
And
Light
the guy
fluffy.
the guy that comments, it depends on the steel and the temperature. In general, if you get something too cold, it'll make it a lot more brittle. But there are some alloys of stainless steel, like the stuff that they're planning on using for the SpaceX Starship, that actually get stronger at a certain temperature band. That is the liquid oxygen and liquid methane band. And yes, colder air can make bullets go slower because the air is slightly denser.
What he said
Is cold air more dense, or is cold air
Yes.
less dense?
Yeah,
No,
Cold
it's
air
more
is more
dense.
dense.
Yeah, that's why there's all these fancy aftermarket stuff for like air intakes on pickup trucks that people decide they need to hang testicles from and jack up 3 feet. Because the colder the area, the colder something gets, the denser it is. Think water.
Mm-hmm.
It gets a lot denser. Therefore, it's got more oxygen content. So, yeah.
All right. I know colder air is drier usually.
Not necessarily.
Doesn't it hold less moisture? I don't know.
No, but if you want a interesting little experiment to do at home to prove this point, when you get a gallon milk jug and you empty it, usually you rinse it out before you throw it in the recycling.
Mm-hmm.
What you need to do is rinse it, but with like the hottest with as hot as water as you can get it. Just kind of swish it around in there, get it nice and hot. Dump everything out, and seal it back up again.
Yeah.
Come back in an hour, and it'll all have shrunk down.
Collapses. Yeah, it collapses.
Yeah, because
That's why hot air balloons float, because the hot air is less dense than the colder air, and it rises to the top.
Because you put hot water in them?
No. Hot air, not hot water.
Hot water bottles don't really float.
The stuff that we're really good at generating, like every Sunday night.
Yeah.
See,
Well,
my wife says
the other thing.
The wife says cold air does have less relative humidity. See, I told you, I'm SMRT smart.
Yep, that's why Antarctica is the continent with the least amount of precipitation every year. It's also the coldest.
Mm.
No, man,
Now,
you're next.
fascinate us, Gun Snob. Give us a cool fact. Quick, go. Go.
What am I going on? The cool fact?
Go.
Cold air does not have more oxygen, 21%.
You're just quoting Mia now.
Oh, wow, my bad. I have gas.
Well, we all know that.
That's the best I can do.
And plastic covers on your driver's seat.
Yeah. I'm over here working on invoices. I'm not paying that much attention. I'm trying to, get paid this week.
Well, if you weren't so mean to her, you'd get laid. Oh, you said paid. Sorry.
Well, apparently all he's got to do is get her drunk.
Just remember, Snob, you got to carry the 1 and move the decimal point 1 over to the right.
I'm trying to remember what I did on Monday. It's been a long week.
You were sick. You were throwing up.
Probably.
Yeah, it's a bitch. So, Rich, what do you think of the show? Have you been to the outdoor show before or no?
No, this is first year.
Cool. So, what do you think?
Really hectic yesterday. A lot more tame today.
Right.
And got to do a lot more looking around and actually talking to people today. Yesterday, you couldn't even get to where you could talk to anybody. It was crazy. So today got a lot more stuff done. Forgot to take my camera, so my wife, my phone was already loaded up with pictures from the support museum, so my wife took all the pictures at the show. So if anything's not in frame, it's not my fault. My wife must have went to the Snob School of Photography. So
Likely story.
Mm-hmm.
my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
Hey, you've seen pictures I've taken. I can get a gun in frame. I'm like,
maybe your wife took those pictures. We don't know. We don't know who's taking pictures. So you, what stood out over there for you? Anything notable?
The Coast Saint, definitely. That thing was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, those are nice, man. They're doing some cool stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, like I told you yesterday, when I flat out told them if they put Nighthawk or Wilson Combat on that thing, they could be asking $3,000 for that.
Yeah, they're taking their time with them for sure. They've doing something sort of new from the ground up. Talking to them, there was quite a few hiccups and working with different polymers and finding out different things and different techniques. And so it's kind of neat because when it evolves, you really get a feel for what works and what doesn't. So it's kind of nice. Sometimes when things don't come easy or fast, you kind of it's better,
They don't their own company.
Yeah.
Or are they like a subsidiary of some other company?
No, he opened up. No, he's there. He's on his own. It's him. It's him and his family. I mean, his wife and his daughters were at the show the other day. And then he has a couple of employees, and that's it.
Yeah, and everything is really nicely put together. I mean, when you look at it, when they break it down, everything's really nicely polished inside. And they're saying that they make all the parts, I think, themselves, if I remember right. And,
yeah, they're making most of them.
Yeah,
There's a few things.
I think they're not doing their own barrels yet. They're sourcing the barrels, but they plan on getting the technology to do their own barrels in the future. Because they're just getting started up. But everything, yeah. I mean, these things are so well put together. I mean, like I'm not being facetious when I say if this said Nighthawk or Wilson Combat, they would be a $3,000 pistol. I absolutely believe that to be the case with these things. I mean, the fit and finish on those, and when you rack that slide, it is so smooth. And the trigger that they got, the 3-pound single action trigger pull on that is very, very crisp.
Yeah, they're doing a 3.5. I think it's a 3.5 pound trigger is what they have them set up. They can obviously they can set it at whatever you want.
No, they told me yesterday that it was a 3-pound trigger.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Maybe that was the one that I was.
Yeah, the 9mm. His wife was saying was a 3-pound trigger.
Oh, okay. See, I was not. I didn't check out any. I didn't really mess with any of the 9mm. I was looking at the 45. Yeah, so maybe they had that. Maybe they had that in the 3.5.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe I didn't check out the 45 because he was talking to somebody else and he was showing them the 45. She was showing me the 9mm.
Mm-hmm. But everything's pretty custom. Everything's custom. For the most part, you can pick and choose what you like. Which is cool.
Yeah, his daughter pulled out one of the sheets and was showing that they have everything's custom. You can pick what grips you want, what slide you want, what frame you want. Mm-hmm. They have stainless steel and aluminum.
Yeah, you can pick aluminum or stainless. The grips and
whether you could get this where it's a solid polymer grip that looks like it's a standard 1911 grip, or you can actually get the polymer grip panel that takes standard 1911 grip panels.
Right. And that was one of the things that was kind of neat that I checked out that he showed me the other day was he's like, oh, here we did this one. This one's different. It doesn't they when they made the grip, they just made the grip bigger and they made it rounded, basically put like palm swells on either side of it and then stippled it. So when you're so it doesn't take grip It doesn't take 1911 grips. It's just the grip is the grip. So it's just something different,
Yeah.
I mean, I could totally see where people wouldn't like that because they want to change the grips on and off.
Yeah.
But it's different. It's pretty neat, and it was like a really textured, like almost talon grippy kind of feeling grips.
And it doesn't look like a polymer grip. It actually, I don't know how they did it, but it actually looks like it has standard 1911 grip panels on it. Like if you could take them off, because you got the screws in there. I mean, it literally looks like you could take the grip panels off, but it's all one solid piece.
Yeah, they had a picture on Instagram of the one today that it's all blacked out, and then it has couple of red screws in it, like the grip screws are red, and a couple of the frame pins are red, and that looks pretty neat with that little pop of color. So they're doing some cool stuff. They're working on getting some deals with a couple of ranges, one or two of the ranges up here, and then a few of them on the way back down to North Carolina.
Yeah,
where they can do some demos.
Yeah, they asked me about for zip code for my zip code and everything, and what ranges were in the area that they could contact and whatnot. So they're definitely looking for places where they can show off their gun and have let people try it out on the range and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah. They're not they're in a really weird spot. I was talking to them and about how much money and effort they want to put into marketing, and they don't want to have a storefront, so they want to try and hook up with some ranges that do demos and also rentals, so people can rent them, try them out, and then possibly if they want to buy them, then they have an agreement with the range to sell them, and there's percentages here and percentages there, and that way they don't have to have so much up front. They don't have to put themselves out too much because they're small. But yeah, it's cool. I wish them luck. And what's really neat is as long as everything works out, and as long as nothing pops up, he's actually going to be on the show next week. He's going to be here and come on the show and do some question and answer, and if anybody has whatever, just kind of an open conversation about the company, about the guns, how they got started, why they did what they did. So that's pretty cool. Kind of an interview, but not really so much an interview as an open forum, and to let the audience sort of ask some questions. They're just starting out. He's never done a show before, so this is the perfect show for him to do, because it's not too fancy, and it doesn't have to be perfect. But
I should have invited him on my show. I could have beat you to the punch.
Yeah, you could have. There you go. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's a little bit different than the traditional 1911. So it's kind of cool to see it out there.
Yeah. And another cool thing was when I was at the Mossberg booth, I showed the one rep there what the picture I have of my Shockwave, and he grabbed my phone and was showing it to his coworkers. They all thought that. Out of all the Shockwaves that they saw, they said mine was one of the coolest ones they've seen done. With the old riot gun look to it, with the heat shield and everything. They said they haven't seen people take the old Mossberg 4-inch like I have on mine. A lot of people are using the new polymer 4-inch, putting them on their date. Mine's the only one they've seen where somebody took one of the old hunting shotgun 4-inch, the old wooden, and put that on the Shockwave. So that was
Did you have to modify that? You didn't have to modify that at all,
no,
did you?
No. That's
okay. I didn't think so.
Yeah, I didn't have to modify the forend. Well, the only modification I made to the forend was taking the strap off the polymer forend and putting that on there, because that's a safety device. The guy's like, yeah, people ask me all the time, why do you want the strap on there? I looked at him and said, well, do you want to keep your fingers? And he just laughed. He's like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you for sure don't want your hands slipping off the end of that when you're pumping it. Yeah.
No. That would be a bad day. That's for sure. And
Yeah,
I
that's
told you yesterday. Did I tell you yesterday that they're coming out with the nightstick in the 20 gauge?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that was cool. That they're coming. So anybody who wants the nightstick version but don't want to deal with the 12 gauge recoil, they are going to be having the nightstick in the 20 gauge. They were starting to take. I believe he said they were starting to take orders from dealers about the time the show started, but because of that, they didn't actually have any of the show itself that you can look at. But basically, it's going to be a smaller version of the 12 gauge version.
Right.
And they had the tactical version, which has the rail on the receiver and a welded on heat shield on the barrel. That was pretty cool looking. So that was one of the newer models that they have for the Shockwave. So those were cool things out of Mossberg, and the MC pistols. The compact in them now they're more 1911. I mean 1911. Yeah, I got 1911 on the brain right now. The Glock 19 size one. Those were nice.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah. The MC2, MCS2 or whatever. What is it? The MCS2, right?
I honestly I don't remember right now. That's why I just said the MC pistols. I always
think it's
forget what the number system is on those things.
Yeah, I think it's just called the MCS2. Yeah, that's really nice. It's like a 15 round, I believe. I think it has 15 round mags.
Yeah, it does.
3-dot sights. It's a 4-inch barrel, and I'll tell you what, that's a really nice trigger for a striker fired. I was surprised. It has a nice smooth trigger, and the reset is really noticeable. I mean, it's a really hard click. Like you definitely know it's reset. So I mean, guys that like that's important too. It was really noticeable. It's nice. It's nice and thin. I mean, off the top of my head, I can't. I don't know how wide it is, but it's a pretty narrow piece, pretty narrow gun.
Yeah, it was a nice little shooter.
Yeah, you shot it.
Yeah, at range day.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it seems like it's well built. It felt good in my hand. It wasn't super wide. It was, comfortable, definitely. And as a carry gun, it was pretty compact, pretty small. I mean, obviously it's not small as the other one, but way better, a lot more capacity. Almost twice the capacity.
Did you get a chance to go over to the Ruger booth when you were there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I spent quite a while over there.
Yeah, did you check out the 8-shot GP100 they had there?
Yeah, the Super GP.
That has a nice trigger on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about that last week. That is, I mean, as far as personally for me, that's the smoothest revolver I've ever handled. I know there's others out there that are better, I'm sure.
Yeah,
that is it's the 1500.
Yeah, that is a solid contender for the Smith & Wesson 627 Performance Center model. And
one of the things that stood out for me was, when I opened the cylinder up and I spun the cylinder, it was so buttery smooth. Like the cylinder just seemed like it wanted to spin forever.
Yeah.
And that's just really nice.
I was more impressed with that than I was the Colt Python, because I went over and checked out the Python too. I'm still not all that impressed with the Python. But,
I think the Python's cool. I think one of the things that makes the Python a nice shooter is the full lug. I think it's it's weighted out front. It's got a lot of weight out front, and I think that would naturally make it a little softer shooter. I think it's going to shoot nicer.
I don't know. Maybe the 6-inch, maybe the 4.
Yeah,
I checked out the 4-inch because I prefer the 4-inch revolvers, and it didn't really it actually was a lot lighter than what my 6.7 is, but then it's only a 6-shot, and it's more akin to the K frame than the N frame. So that's going to make it so it's definitely lighter than what my 6.7 is. So I'd have to actually shoot it, but from what I felt there for the money, I didn't see the money in it, to be honest. Compared to, I mean, that Ruger, the Super 100 GP, man, that thing, the money's there. The Python, I just don't see that being the price on that being what Colt has it set at. I've been saying that since Sarge's first video on it and Obnoxious's first video on it from SHOT Show, and having handled one, not having fired, but just handled it, I still think that. I still think that Colt is overpricing that.
Yeah, I just I would definitely. I mean, the GP, I think the Ruger was. I don't know, man. That just, to me, that was a clear winner between the two. Other than people that want a Colt, you know what I mean, or there's one reason or another for wanting it, but I don't know. I mean, we talked about it last week, but I don't know if Budget, you weren't on the show last week, and a couple of you guys were on here when we were talking about them last week. Did you guys get to check those out at all, or have you checked them out at all? Any experience with them? Does the GP
Budget did not do shots, so I have zero experience with this new Python.
Yeah,
or the old one for that matter.
Mm-hmm. The wife is saying, how much is the original Python? I don't remember how much they ran for when they first came out, but now they're $1,200. What's a new Python?
The new one or the old one?
New one.
New one is
the
15.
new one is what?
Oh, is it? Is it that much?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought the MSRP was like $1,200. Was like $1,300.
No, MSRP is 15.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
4 or 6 inch.
And she's asking how much the original was when it first came out. I don't know, but what the price the old ones are going for now, you can pay $5,000 or more depending on who's selling them for the original one.
You're looking at a minimum of 3 to get into an original one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're lucky. If you're lucky. The average is around 5. The last I was looking, my son was like, "Hey Dad, can you price the original Python for me?" This was back when he was playing the one Call of Duty game. He's like, "I want to know how much those are because I want one."
Yeah, I would imagine they probably have fallen a bit since a little bit at least since the new ones came out. Which is naturally, I think, going to happen. I didn't realize. I could have swore the Python was a little bit less than that though. The new ones, I didn't realize they were that much. Because that's what the Super GP 100s running at is. I think $1,500. So like I said, I thought the Ruger was like $200 more than the Python. But if they're the same price, I really gravitate toward the Ruger.
The Ruger's cheaper. Ruger's $200 cheaper. Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure they were.
No, $1,300 MSRP on that. I was just talking to him this morning.
Really?
$1,300. Yeah, $1,300 MSRP on the Ruger.
Seven Wonders is saying, did we hear about the mega gun bill submitted in Arizona, close to as bad as Virginia's mess? Yeah, that was one of the articles I was looking for while we were setting up today, and I found a couple of articles, but they were just really.
Let it be known, on this day, Rich White was wrong. On Ruger's website, MSRP $1,549. I thought it was.
Okay.
I was right.
Maybe it was. Maybe on their website. I mean, I'm just telling you what the guy quoted me. He was like, he had to think about it a minute. He told me 13. So maybe he was mixing it up with another gun. But that's what he told me at the show was 13.
Either that, or maybe he was quoting you what people are what they're getting for him. You know what I mean? Not MSRP, maybe. Yeah. That happens. Price. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll look it up. Seven Wonders. I know it's nuts. I know there's a ton of it. Well, that Virginia, the the ban went through on assault rifles and mags too.
It just passed. It just passed the one. It just passed the one version. It hasn't gone anywhere yet.
Yeah, they made it out of committee, right? I don't remember. Saying
No,
that.
it went
made
out
it out
of
of committee, and it was actually
It
voted
made
on
it
the
out of
floor, and
committee,
it
did
passed
not-
the floor.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
You're right. Right. I shouldn't say passed. I shouldn't say passed. And it moved on. I should have said. I shouldn't have said passed. That was a bad choice of words.
Yeah, I was about to say, last I heard it just made out of committee. I was going to ask, did it make
progressed.
it through?
Right. Yeah. Progressed. Moved on. Best part of the Python is the lightness or the double action trigger pull. I'll tell you that GP had a better trigger.
Mm-hmm. You know what else has a good
That
trigger?
Ruger had a.
Did you
People that I've been talking to that had that Python say that Python trigger sucks.
I didn't
the
think it
trigger
sucked.
wasn't
I thought
bad.
it was. I thought it was fine. I mean, I think there's also a lot of people that pick it that go to check it out that are looking for some sort of miracle gun too.
Yeah.
You know,
I can think of 3 revolvers that I checked out this weekend that at the show that had better triggers than what the Python did. One's the Ruger Super GP. That probably had the best trigger. Then you had the Smith & Wesson 19, the Performance Center version of the 19. And then I checked out the Performance Center 686. All 3 of those had, in my opinion, what felt like a better trigger than what the Python did.
You know, I didn't pick up a 686. I didn't pick one of those up. I'll tell you. I think I mentioned it last week. What had the worst trigger there was the probably worst trigger I've ever felt on anything in my life.
Have a good night, Snob.
I'll see you. See you, buddy. Was
Later,
the Taurus G2C. Holy smokes. Boy, that thing was horrendous.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Taurus G2C. They're hit or miss. You either get a nice trigger or
Tuesday
you get
night, 7 o'clock.
Beat me to it.
Damn.
I was thinking
Gotcha.
it, but I didn't say it. But
It is a requirement that you say that anytime you say hit or miss.
I know. But
Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
There you go.
there you go. See, you missed out on the boat there, Abe. But,
No, I opened the door for you to redeem yourself, but you were too
story.
too not
slow.
paying attention that you let the orange chunking pumpkin do it for you.
Uh-huh.
Anyway. The chunked pumpkin?
Because Rich getting it
The
right is hit or
chunking
miss.
pumpkin.
Anyway, getting back to what I was saying before we were interrupted with the Tuesday night 9 o'clock, the G2C, you either can get a really nice trigger in them or a really bad trigger in them. There's no middle ground. It's one way or the other. Because mine, I love the trigger in mine. The trigger in mine is really smooth and everything. But then, like you said, the one they had at the show, its trigger was gritty feeling and stuff. Mine isn't gritty feeling at all. But that one at the show, that I don't know which color one you were looking at, but because they had different color ones. I was looking at the one that was like a gray color, and that thing, the trigger in that was really gritty compared to the trigger in mine. So
I could tell you I did a little video. I'm gonna throw a video of it up on Instagram because I'm holding it in my right hand and doing a little video, and it's only like 5-6 seconds, but the trigger, the length of the pull was abysmal, and
were you were you trying the double action trigger pull or were you doing the single action? Because remember that's a double action.
Single action. I did single action.
You have to slide and pull the trigger. That's a single, but then it also has double action second strike capability.
Yeah, it was single. It was single action, and then the reset, and it was like well, the reset took forever for the damn thing to reset too. It was like
that's
where it resets is where most normal triggers start. It was crazy.
Yeah, like the reset on mine isn't bad, but then that one, the one at the show, the gray one I was checking out, the reset wasn't good. The trigger itself was gritty. I don't know what it is. And I've heard other people say the same thing. Like one person will say that their G2C has a bad trigger, and the next person will say that's a good one. It's really hit or miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock there. You have to hate. Okay, anyway, but it's like there's no, but if they didn't, there's no happy middle between the two. It's either one extreme or the other. It's really weird.
Yeah. Daniel Pfeiffer says that, and somebody said that last week. They said it could be because they may have removed the striker for the show. I don't know, but I mean, nothing else I picked up had, as far as I was concerned, an abnormally bad trigger. And I picked up, a bunch of striker fired pistols, and that was the only one that I was like, holy shit, what's wrong with this thing? Like it was noticeably bad.
Yeah.
But so
the Messiah had a nice trigger. Yeah, I went and checked them out. Yeah, those had a nice trigger too.
Yeah, the Masada does have a nice trigger. That's a nice pistol. I was saying to somebody, or I was saying to Glimtech last night in, I don't know, it was Budget's chat or somebody's chat. One of the guys I work with, I was telling him about it, and he sent me a text and had a link to one on Arms List in the area here for $400 with 4 mags and 100 rounds of ammo. And I was like, if I had the money, I'd snatch that up because it's not a pretty good piece.
That was a Taurus you were talking about that had that crappy trigger, right, at the show?
G2, yeah, the G2C.
Yeah. They told me the one guy who was up here at the show up here in the county, they actually have what they call a show striker, and it has a rubber piece on the end of it. And yeah, it makes it all kinds of funky. It's
really,
yeah. They call it a show trigger. I guess it's so you can actually so it functions, but you just don't get the same trigger feel. I don't know. That's how he explained it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel.
So why do that though? Why have?
I guess it's a safety thing. They have because of the way the gun's designed. They have to have that striker in there or that trigger setup in there. So because if you just physically take the striker out, the gun wouldn't work at all. You wouldn't be able to use the trigger at all. So I don't know if it's some kind of a safe because of the double strike or whatever, how it's ever set up.
See now,
100% sure, but
wouldn't you think instead of doing something that would change the way that they felt, that you would just take the striker and file it down or something just to so that it wouldn't work even if you threw a lot of round in there.
Just nip the tip.
Yeah.
I mean,
they just put snap caps in there.
And they're intentionally putting something in there that makes the trigger feel worse than the production model does. What? That doesn't make sense. Why they would do that?
Right. You'd think they would have been able to come up with some kind of option, because that's the whole idea of these shows is people picking it up and checking it out and being like, oh, this feels great. If you're going to pick it up and be like, this feels like shit, I'm going to go down here to Mossberg and spend the same money on something else.
Well, now first of all, you're talking about Taurus. As I say, first of all, you're talking Taurus, so I'm thinking that their philosophy is more like, okay, this is what it is, this is how it functions, this is how it looks, and it's you're not really there checking out the trigger.
Yeah.
Or you wouldn't think you would be, but some people do. But like I said, I don't go by show triggers, and a lot of times too, I won't go by picking up a gun and dry firing it. Case in point, the FNs. The FNs have a horrendous trigger. The 509 series has a pretty nasty trigger, dry fired, but it has an excellent trigger when you put ammo through it. It's not bad at all. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I didn't have any issues with them with the 509. I felt they were average. There wasn't anything standoutish about them.
Yeah, the 509 compact trigger felt better than what the full size did.
Yeah, and they changed it to compact and also the subcompact or the well, I guess it is the mid size and the compact they changed from the full size, but it is even better with live ammo in it. It's actually a much better trigger.
All Did anyone get any good food at the show? We didn't eat there.
The gyro.
I'm sorry.
That gyro truck, those gyros there, the gyro was $10, but man, you know how big the pizzas are at your pizza shop, right? Take that, fold it in half, have a pita that size, fold it in half, and then put the top, your filling in there. They were really good. You had to use a fork before you could even try and eat it like you're supposed to eat. They super packed the things.
Saying worst trigger on a decent gun. You talk about the FN maybe, and visually the FN's really really sharp looking gun too. Somebody just said something. Why didn't Taurus make the 8-shot 22 Magnum instead of the 22 LR? Or just did both?
Because 22 Magnum is a larger diameter case. Because take a look at the Ruger single 10s and then the single 9s. To simplify production and have to only turn or make one size of cylinders. So it would have to be like a 7-shot 22 Magnum. And I'm pretty sure at some point in time Taurus has made an 8-shot 22 Magnum. Just that they rotate so much stuff through their revolvers at a time where they get to a certain point of where, okay, well, we've got like 10 different model lines and we got like 20 different editions or different variants of it that we just need to pare down what we have. Because for the longest time in like the late 90s, Taurus was making a lot of like their snub nose and their medium frame revolvers with like titanium cylinders and doing like all the funky anodizing in that. Actually, unless they've changed it, if you go on Taurus's website, they probably still have the a tab that it's discontinued models. Go take a look at that and see some of the funky stuff they used to do.
Another booth I liked when I went. What are you saying?
Ozark.
Your answer.
Small. Oh, I was just reading Ozark's comment about the swappable 22 LR and mag cylinders. Taurus did, but I think it's built on the tracker frame. It's not built on like their Model 8 or their 85 series frame. And the Night Strudel has entered.
Excuse me. Hi guys, how's it going?
What's going on?
While Night Strudel used Belched, it was super effective.
22 mag auto loaders. I'm not off the top of my head. I know it's not a popular thing, but is there many out there? Are there many out there in the market that you can buy? It doesn't seem like
the only one that's really on the market is, of course, the PMR 30, and then I'm trying to remember. Some European company has made like a quote-unquote pistol. Is more like a short rifle style more like a short rifle that took them. But other than the PMR 30 and then the AMT auto mags in that, there really haven't been much as far as auto 22 Magnum was on the market, period.
Yeah.
So why is that? I wonder why there's not at least a few out there.
Ammunition. Maybe the caliber isn't as effective
back when
as other calibers. Maybe.
Well, no, I'm sure it's not. I mean, obviously, it's not as effective. But I mean, there's kind of a bump here in 22 long rifle.
I've got it.
22 long rifle is more popular than 22 Magnum.
Sure,
it's because
absolutely.
22 long rifle is cheaper. That's why.
Yeah, 22 Magnum, relatively speaking, is too much more.
Yeah, it's the
22 long rifle is more popular.
No, but it is. Yeah, but it is more. 22 LR has been around since the 1870s. 22 Magnum didn't come out until 1950 when Winchester decided to make it. But as far as like the autos, I remember when the PMR 30s first came out, and I forget who was doing an article on it. Was talking about the just what you were saying, Midnight. These, we've got all these different 22 Magnum or 22 LR auto or self pistols, but not too many of the 22 Magnums. And they're talking about how it's there's just like I forget whether it was the case manufacturing or if it was just the different the variation from like your hottest 22 Magnum to your lowest or your softest shooting 22 Magnum was just too wide of a gap to reliably get it to, cycle without beating itself apart.
What I have been told, and I'm not sure how accurate it is, so take it with a grain of salt, is that the case walls on 22 Magnums are a little bit thinner nowadays than they used to be, and that makes them less able to stand up to being in a semi-auto. The case walls tend to kink a little bit, and that makes it jam more than 22 LRs.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe it might have been something to do with reliability. So if what you're saying is right, then yeah, that definitely could be part of it too. You can't reliably feed the ammo. It's not, you can't have the handgun.
Yeah, it works fine in a revolver, but as far as the semi-auto, from what I understand, it just because of the way that the cartridge is manufactured, it's really a non-starter. That's why the Kel-Tec has such a reputation for unreliability.
Because I was thinking about it, as we're sitting here, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, a 5-inch auto loader with 22 mag would be a great little plinker. It'd be a nice gun to carry, especially for, out in the woods, hiking gun or something like that for little critters.
Yep.
Yeah, that and the fact of trying to feed a rimmed cartridge by pushing it forward. On regular 22s, that doesn't work as well as rimless or semi-rimmed cases.
Mm-hmm.
And with the 22 Magnum being longer, even though it is slightly bottlenecked, you're just exacerbating the issues.
Yeah. We got to get Gary on it. He's our new 22 auto guru with his Taurus. We need to get him on 22 mag, and
I think it also has to come in price of the firearm. Do you really want to spend $600 or $700 on a 22?
Right, sure, yeah.
Some people have.
Some people have, and
but
that's
then
great.
usually they're like the real nice or the stuff that they've made these for like 30, or they've made these since like 1950, but they've come out with a new cheaper model that's like $200. So now they raise the price on their older ones because takes that much more to make.
Most people won't want to pay more than $400. Okay, that's my point.
That's some cheap competition.
Yeah, there's a lot of 22s that cost more than that.
And there's no competition either. There you go.
Well, yeah, there's actually competition because you got some of the semi-autos now that are getting up to $450.
You can get beautiful carts and stuff,
The Ruger Mark IV series are pushing $500.
Yeah.
And they used to be like a $300 back in the days of the Mark IIs.
Yeah, and you get into the rifles, you're looking at the 1022. I mean, they're getting up there. Some of those are $450, $500, up. Some of them up to $600. So
they have so many. There's so many Ruger 1022s, so many combinations with. That's pretty good. They do a pretty cool job with that, man. There's always something new popping out there that.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Regardless of whatever your thoughts on Ruger are, the one thing they have always done is they will always make a special run of something, or they'll make you whatever you want as long as you order between 1,000 and 500 of them.
And then if you want lever guns, you get into Henry's, you can pay anywhere, depending on whether it's on sale or not, from $250 up to $1,000 for 22. So,
true, but the Henrys are also a lot more nicely made.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Yes, I have a Henry 22.
you just every once in a while, a little gremlin might get in there and unscrew the loading gate. But I mean, they're perfectly serviceable.
True. A little bit of thread locker, and that'll clear that right up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pay up front, save on ammo. And usually yes, you can spend a lot of money on, you can spend like $500, $600, $700 on a 22 pistol, but usually you spend that much money, you're getting a super nice pistol, whereas, between $500 and $700 is about the going rate for what most people would consider an average centerfire pistol, and that'd just be kind of, serviceable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So where'd this start out? 22 auto revolvers?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, just wondering, why there aren't any options really for 22 mag in an auto loader. And maybe that'll be next. Maybe that's 22.
Maybe there'll be a renaissance in it. Who knows? I just don't think there's much of a market for it right now, and that's why you don't see much.
I don't
think so. I don't think there's a ton of a huge market either. But if 22 long rifle is kind of really surfacing up, and a lot of manufacturers making auto loaders for them, and you see the 22 TCM, and that's got some people talking about it.
Honestly,
I'm not saying there's no market. I'm just saying it's not big enough yet for manufacturers to want to get their feet wet.
In my personal opinion, so take that for whatever you want, but if the Ruger 57 restarts the interest in the 5.7 round, and a couple other manufacturers decide to take it up, I think that'd put the kibosh on anyone really making 22 Magnum auto guns, because the 5.7 it's a rimless cartridge. It's made to be in a semi-auto. It's not something that was designed for Winchester varmint bolt guns, and you're trying to shoehorn into this. So, and I could see that kind of putting a damper on the 22 mag auto guns.
Yeah,
but as the reason why or for like revolvers and that is, it's a lot easier to make them work, and because all you really have to do is just, we'll use like actual steel instead of aluminum for the cylinder, and we just need to get a different reamer to drill out the holes, and we're done. You don't have to try and, we need to, maybe if we polish the chamber this way or use this certain spring or add an extra ounce or two to the slide, it'll make it work for the heavy ammo while still getting it to kind of cycle the really light ammo.
Paul Harrell did a Ruger 57 FN 5.7 comparison video the other day, and seemed to enjoy the Ruger. Shot it better. Talked about the sights on his FN, his adjustable sights, having to take those off and put on non-adjustable sights because they kept coming out of alignment
on the FN.
Clover made a comment about the 22 mag. He says is way harder on semi-auto action, more akin to centerfire. Therefore, it requires unique action, and most companies won't gamble on the R&D return of investment.
Yeah, because most 22s are just pure blowback. So yeah, you'd have to go with something with either a heavier blowback, or you'd have to go with the actual locking breech, in which case, locking breech, you've got a certain power band that they'll work in. You go too low, it won't cycle. You go too high, it's just going to beat the gun to death.
Right.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So remember, anyone from Ruger's R&D department who may be listening, We want a Ruger PC carbine in 5.7, and we want a Ruger 1022 style gun in 5.7 with the rotary magazines.
I don't know. I'd be happy with drum mags.
Well, I figure with the rotary mags, you keep it along that same line with the smooth bottom, like the regular 1022s.
Okay. That works
Then you
too.
could always do. Then you see Ruger, you could spend more R&D and get even more money back by making BX 2552 mags.
Clover's saying a 22 long rifle cannot simply be rechambered. It will not hold up because
No, Clover.
the pressure of 22
I'm not saying
mag.
I am not saying or advocating you can just ream out a regular 22 and.
No one's saying that.
No one's saying that. What I was saying is from a manufacturer's standpoint, you take a look at your like say Smith revolvers. You take a look at the length of a 38 cylinder and a 357 cylinder. They're the same length. It's pretty much just so that in a certain manufacturing step, I can turn off this slug of material to make the cylinder out of. All I've got to do is change out the tooling, maybe change the material or do a different heat treat. And that's a lot simpler than trying to go through all the rigmarole of getting a either blowback or a modified Browning action to work.
You know, one of the things that would be interesting to see is if Ruger would come out with a PCC or something that uses the 57 mags, like the Ruger Precision that uses the Ruger 57 mags or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Would be pretty cool.
Yeah, they could do that with the PCC. I mean, they would just have to chamber it. And I was checking one of those out too. But
yeah,
that was pretty nice too.
Yeah, Ruger was really smart in the way they designed the Ruger PC carbines with the interchangeable mag well with the bolt face itself being removable and interchangeable. I mean what was I going to say now? Modularity, Oh, the P90, the gun that was, designed to run the 5.7 is a blowback gun. So, I mean, only thing you might have to do is just maybe change out the springs to make them lighter from the regular 9mm. And there you go, Ruger. We're giving you ideas that'll print money because you can make 5.7 conversion kits for the Ruger PC carbine.
Yeah, that would be pretty neat. I mean, that would be definitely, I don't know, kind of like a little kind of cool to have the little matching set kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
Definitely be. I mean, and that's what it's going to take. I mean, the Ruger 57 is a huge step in the right direction for 5.7 by 28. I mean, people are talking about it like crazy, and they're, from what I've seen, and like Seven Wonders said out there, I don't recall anyone yet who said they prefer the FN over the Ruger 57. Takedown of the Ruger.
The only problem really is getting the ammunition manufacturers in the United States to make more of it, because it's not.
Yeah, hold on. You may not have heard. Federal's working on their own line of it now.
Okay, Federal's working on it. Okay,
Federal has had American Eagle 5.7 ammunition out for at least the past year and a half.
Yeah,
okay.
Full metal jacket, regular. But here's the thing. Oh yeah, you kind of got the chicken and the egg thing. Some people might be put off by the Ruger 57 by going down to their local gun shop and either A, not finding any ammo for it, or the ammo they do find it is some FN stuff and it's like $40 a box, and other people are just going to buy it regardless and then start pestering, Federal, Winchester, Hornady, whoever to say, hey, why don't you make ammo for this? We'd like you to make ammo for this. And yes, Spear is coming out with their personal protection gold dots for it too.
Yeah, they're doing a gold dot for it for sure. Yeah, Clover said one thing that I do agree with, and I said this last week. Well, I can't say just the grip. The grip shape of the FN I like better than the grip shape of the Ruger. But the texture of the the Ruger is a little bit smoother
A lot less
than
aggressive.
the FN. Yeah, the FN, to me, the grip of the FN, you definitely, for me, my baby hands, I got these little soft baby hands.
Stick them in the fryer; they'll callus up.
Yeah, I'd definitely want to wear gloves if I was shooting much. Because that son of a bitch was like a cheese grater.
Now I will,
but it was nicely rounded. The Ruger was smoother, but it was a little boxy. It was a little more angular, and I didn't like that as much. But other than that, I'm Ruger all the way. Well, we'll see.
And I will say I haven't shot any of the 5.7 chambered pistols, but I can't imagine it being much more abusive or snappy than 45. Because my FNX 45, it's got the same, super texturing that all the FN pistols do, and really doesn't seem to bother me that much. I mean, it definitely leaves an imprint on your skin after even just holding it for a while, but it's not that bad, really.
Baby hands.
Well, you got to stop soaking them in pineapple. Stop keeping them supple.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a deal breaker, but I like I don't know. I'm a fan of the Ruger. It's definitely I think. Well, I mean, whether you like one or the other better, I mean, that's personal preference. I could totally see anybody. I could see people not liking the safety on the FN and thinking that's weird. But for the price points, boy, that Ruger looks pretty damn nice at the price point, at half the price about.
Thereabouts. Yeah.
But whether you like one or the other, that's personal preference. But I think the fact that they came out with it is that's a big plus. I'm definitely glad they did it. I think it took some. It takes balls to spend that research and development and all that money. Bringing that out on the market, that the market might or might not grab a hold of it. That's got to be pretty nerve-wracking. Seven Wonder says Sarge and the others said the Ruger had way less recoil than a typical 9mm.
I don't know if I'd trust Sarge. I mean, he barely got touched by that glove and he went down like a sack of potatoes. I mean,
plus he doesn't shoot a full auto AK.
Gun Snob, I mean, at least kind of like yelled out and was like standing up for half a second.
West Covina Dodge, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. I don't think I've seen you in here before.
One other booth, by the way, that I looked at and like their stuff. If anybody out there likes single action revolvers, like the Colt Single Action Army or the Remingtons, is Taylor and Company. I checked out their booth. We talked about that last night at the restaurant. Their stuff is really nice. And anybody that's in the Virginia, Maryland, West Virginia, North Carolina area, if you can get to Winchester, Virginia on the 15th and 16th of May, they're going to have an open house at their factory in their storefront, where you can go and you can check out their whole lineup, and you can actually try their firearms out. They're going to have different giveaways and whatnot there. So it's going to be a fun. They said it's going to be a fun time. What they got planned for everybody who shows up on one or both days. So if you're in that area, you might want to check that out.
So when you were looking at their stuff, did you get a chance to look at their Smith & Wesson number 3s, the break top kind of Schofields?
Yes, they are nice.
And what'd you think?
That's a really nice. It's well balanced. It really felt good in the hand.
Revolver, his PSA is doing some great things. I know. I was bitching to Rich last night when he came in to visit about PSA. I can't believe that PSA does not come to the outdoor show. It's not that it's a date. It's a half a day to get up there, and I really do believe the outdoor show is their bread and butter. That's their market. That's blue collar guys that are looking to, buy some budget friendly firearms that have a good customer care, good warranty, good customer service, whatever, what have you. And what I said to Rich was, for the most part, I mean, obviously nothing's absolute, but if you're the kind of guy that can spend $2,000 on an AR, you're probably not the guy that's looking to buy a budget PSA. You know what I mean? So, and the kind of guys that are running around the outdoor show, a lot of blue collar guys, a lot of guys that are looking to, buy a $500 AR, $600 AR. And I really think they should be there. I'm curious I'd be curious to know why they didn't come.
Giggity.
It doesn't.
I'm shocked. When I walked in and the PSA wasn't there, I was like, why is the PSA here?
Surprising.
Okay, Night Strike, you got homework to do. Give your cousin a call on the tin can and say, hey, Ellis, why are you keeping PSA from going to the outdoor show in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
You sell many.
He's selling as many guns as he can, but the problem is they don't go everywhere. And maybe that's not so much his problem. Maybe you really should, say, hey, who can I contact in PSA's marketing department? Because you guys are
that's what I'm actually gonna do that. I'm actually gonna try and
send them an email, send them snail mail.
I will. I'm going to, because I think it's a huge market for them. I think they do really well there. And I know SHOT Show is the shit. Like, trust me, I understand SHOT Show is the largest firearms expo in the world, and it's huge. But I'll tell you what, to put that dagger in, excuse me,
inhale. So to put that dagger, that not a Glock that they're going to go real cheap, or not real cheap, but competitively underpriced.
Yeah, I think to put that dagger in people's hands at the outdoor show would be a big deal too. And probably money they spend a ton on SHOT. Clover said, "Yeah, absolutely, man. I get it. I get it."
Imagine if they could have been there with their version of the MP5, competing directly against HK, because HK was there with their version of the semi-auto MP5.
Right.
They had the MP5 there. Imagine if the difference that PSA could have made if they'd have been there with their I can't remember what they're calling their version of it, but imagine if they would have been there too. They could have been planting the seeds for in some people's minds who are looking at the SP5 but can't afford it.
Right.
Another one I was surprised was their Keltec. I mean, they may not be the best quality, but Diamondback was there.
Yeah, Diamondback was there. Yeah.
Now, Keltec's, at least since the mid-2000s, has always been not the best, but you come up with some really cool ideas.
Yeah. That's where Keltec comes in, right? I think that's their niche. They come up with innovations that other people may try and adapt later on. They may not be the best at implementing it, but they do come up with some interesting ideas.
Honestly, I think Keltec would do real good to just turn itself into like a design bureau and simply say, okay, hey, we got this design here. Ruger, you work out how to make this. We'll sell you this and do like a royalty, like a 5% royalty on all sales of this. And if you don't sell any, we don't make any, or we'll something like that.
Yeah, they could be like the original Springfield Armory, the one that was owned by the government. They would come up with the designs and then, contract them out to like Winchester and Remington and all that to make them.
Not quite, because the original Springfield Armory actually came up with the whole process step from raw stock, designing the tooling into that.
Yeah, that would be part of that was what the design bureau did. Keltec could do that thing, they come up with the tooling, and then because that would also save the other main manufacturers on having to pay for the tooling up to make the things. They could just sell them the tooling for it too as part of the contract to make the gun. I mean,
I think one of the things with Keltec too is, sorry, I was checking something there. Was visually, I think most Keltecs they look inexpensive. They look cheap. You know what I mean? They visually, I think, and that's kind of tough sometimes for the public because they don't whether they. It's like a high point, same thing. Everybody talks about like those damn things will run. They run. They're great shooters.
They're ugly. They don't have aesthetics. But hey, if you need to use it as a boat anchor or an actual firearm, it'll freaking work.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Visually, though, you look at them and they're kind of wonky looking, and that's the thing where you got to wonder how much, it's how much that affects the company's, sales.
Yeah,
Visually, the Colt 1903 didn't look pretty either.
Right. Yeah, they are weird looking.
Wait. You talking the pocket hammerless 32s?
Yeah.
Screw you. They look great.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They don't.
They do. They do. They do.
I'd rather have a 1901 or a 1902. FYI, they're all the same firearm.
Good.
Yeah, High Point you think would have been there though because High Point's not that far from Harrisburg.
Where is High Point out of? Tell you the truth,
they're out of Ohio. They're one state over.
Oh, are they? I didn't even know that. I didn't realize that's where they were from. I remember seeing, but I don't even remember where it was. 2 Live Moves sounds like my Tinder profile. I'm ugly, but I run and run and run.
There you go.
Away.
There you
go.
Yeah.
Clover says the fit and finish on Keltec is horrible. Most of the cost you see in firearms is fit and finish. That's true. I'll agree with that.
They're not that good at making the tooling. Where they're not making the firearms anymore, and they can just focus on making the tooling. Their quality on the tooling itself might come up too. So, I mean, it's all speculation at this point, but that could work out in Keltec's favor, or it could be a disaster. We don't know unless they would try it.
Yeah, High Point's out of Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Keltec from?
Florida. It's Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Yeah, well.
Oh, now come on! Don't you be riding on Cocoa Beach, Florida? If it was good enough for the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo astronauts, it's good enough for a crappy firearms company.
I'm just saying, if Florida was the greatest state, Gun Mag Warehouse wouldn't be moving to Texas.
You do realize that they set down roots in Florida long before all this stuff, and it takes buku money to relocate a manufacturing process.
They're leaving Miami and they're going to Texas. So
okay, Ellen. Yeah. I don't know, and that you're going with the that gun kind of looks ugly thing. We're wondering how it affects people's perception of the gun. Could also work in another way of, this thing's ugly, it's cheap. I'm just looking for something to throw in a tackle box or throw behind the seat of my truck, and I don't give two shits if it gets rusty or bent or whatever, because it's all polymer and it's ugly as hell.
Pull the trigger.
Yeah.
There was one thing I was disappointed about at the show. That was at the SIG booth. They didn't have the P210 carry at the SIG booth. They had the regular P210, but they didn't have the carry version.
Huh.
I was kind of disappointed because I went to check that out when I saw the SIG booth and they didn't have it.
And Clover, that was several years ago, so that would be more money now.
Yeah, there would be inflation that Clover.
Yeah.
Moo says, Gun Mag Warehouse effed up my last 2 orders. Who needs some 30 carbine steel mags?
Depends who made them. Are they triple K or are they actual like auto ordnance mags?
You know what? I'd take them just for the hell of it.
And
I mean, I've got a box of 30 carbine ammo and a 10-round auto ordnance magazine because I was going to get a 30 carbine, but I haven't done that in the past 12 years since I got it.
Yeah, I've got a box full of M block clips for the M1 Garand, and I still haven't bought one yet.
Yeah, that all reminds me of another really cool booth there. They weren't selling or it wasn't any of their products of their own, but it was stuff that they auction off. Was the Morphe's Auction House booth. They had some really sweet guns.
Yeah, you know what? I passed it and sort of looked around in there a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, did you see the artillery Luger they had there?
No, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it was in the one glass case. They had the long barrel artillery Luger with holster.
Now, was it regular holster or was it the holster stock?
It was the holster stock. It was the artillery Luger that had the leaf sight on it and everything. It was,
oh, there you go. You got to look at a gun that was possibly fondled by obnoxious ones and gun snob's most favoriteest person ever, Gun Jeebus.
yeah, possibly. Because he does a lot of stuff at Morphe's.
Mm-hmm. And the nice thing about those, some of the older Lugers and older Browning high powers with the stock holsters is they do not fall underneath the NFA of short barrel rifles.
No,
they're like old enough.
Really?
Yeah,
some.
they fall under antiques.
Oh, because they're old enough.
Because they were made beforehand.
Huh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but that
I wonder how old they have to. They have to be. How old do they have to be? Older than 50 years?
It's like 100 years, I think, to be considered an antique.
Because
I don't.
Oh yeah, 50 years is for CNR, right?
Yeah.
But that was a beautiful Luger, and it was in great condition too. For it. They said it was an actual combat bring back from I forget where I think World War One. I think they said it was that they had the paperwork and everything on it, and for being a World War One war bring back, it was in beautiful condition.
Now Moo's giving them away.
And the NRA,
did you see the NRA?
Yeah, I was going to say the NRA display. Yeah, they had a lot of.
Did you see that Trump 45 Thompson?
Yeah. No, but I was going to say stuff that they had there from the NRA museum.
I didn't look through it too closely, actually. Now.
Yeah, the over at their booth right before you walked over to where it's like where the hunting and archery stuff and that was before you went down that tunnel. They had their set up right there, and they had a bunch of stuff there in glass cases from the NRA museum. They had some really cool stuff in there. Like they had some of the combination knife guns and stuff. They had some of those self-defense guns, like the brass knuckles with the folding blade, and then the
Apache revolver?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, they had
knuckle duster. That's what it was.
Yeah, the knuckle duster. They had those.
Yeah, knuckle duster. Yeah.
Yeah, they had one of those. They had there was a cutlass that had a gun built into it. It was but it was a revolver. The cutlass had a revolver cylinder, and the barrel came off the spine of the cutlass. I mean, they had some really nice stuff at the NRA display as far as like from the NRA museum. And Steel had some nice stuff, like the swords and stuff they had there. I don't know if you stopped at the Cold Steel booth or not, but they had some really nice.
Yeah, I was looking through some of their stuff.
Yeah,
all sorts of wacky stuff in there, man.
Yeah, I know what you need for when you get employees like that guy last night. You need to get one of their shillelaghs. Get that this stuff out line.
Yeah, is that what do they call them a shillelagh or do they call it something else? I can't remember.
They call it something else, but
because they also have that. Yeah, because they have that one. It's a baseball bat, sort of too. Yeah. It's like a little tiny Louisville Slugger.
Yeah,
and I can't remember what that thing's
called.
My
wife wants one of their.
Isn't it the Brooklyn Mini?
Yeah, that's what it is. The Brooklyn Crusher? Is it the Crusher or something like that?
Well, they've got like different lengths, and it's like the one I've got, it's a 24-inch, and I think that's the Brooklyn Crusher. Then they make like a 30-inch one that's like the Brooklyn Basher, and then I think they make like a smaller, like a 20-inch or a one that's like a Brooklyn Mini or a Brooklyn Micro, something like that. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And I just get yourself a real kick-ass walking stick, and if anyone gives you crap about it, simply say, "Hey, I messed up my knee something bad when I slipped on the non-slip mats."
Yeah, my wife went on the self-defense canes when it looked like a little mace head on it. She's like, "Oh, I want that." Like, what are you going to do with that? Oh, I can take that to work and nobody will realize it's a weapon. I was like, it looks like a mace. It's got like a medieval mace.
Little did you know, it's actually, no, I'm not taking this to work. I'm keeping it around to keep you in line.
I looked there, I was like, I don't know if the hospital's going to take too kindly to you carrying a cane that looks like a medieval mace.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, I highly doubt it.
Yeah. But one thing I wanted to ask, did you get a chance to check out the barbecue sauce booth that was in that one hallway?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was called Southern Bells, I think, and they had all kinds of different barbecue sauces. One was peach. They had a pineapple. They had a whole bunch of different barbecue sauces. They were really good stuff.
That was a B-E-L-L or B-H-E-L-L?
B-E-L-L-E-S, Southern Bells.
Was it two black ladies?
Yeah, it was a few black ladies working the booth. They're a small company. They work out of Bethesda, Maryland.
I think they were there last year, and some of their stuff was really good. Mm-hmm. And I actually wanted to try. I wanted to. I didn't have any. It's kind of funny. I didn't have any cash on me last year, and they had like a variety pack, and I was trying to get them to give me the variety pack and do like a couple of videos on it, and they wouldn't do it. So I never took any home. I was like, God, do some videos. I'm a chef, and they wouldn't cough one up for free. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, they were taking credit and debit cards this year.
I don't think they did last year. I don't know. There was
one. I know we got the Hawaiian, which is pineapple. I don't remember what the other one is. Hold on.
Now, I would give Rich crap for going to a outdoor show and buying barbecue sauce, but I've done the same thing. Black Dog's barbecue sauce out of Brainerd, Minnesota. It's a very good molasses-based barbecue sauce.
Here we go. I got them.
This stuff was pretty good. Yeah, one of them was a peach. One of them was a spicy peach.
Yeah, that was really good.
Turn the heat up here a little bit.
That peach one almost tastes like savory peach pie filling.
Oh, really? You thought? Yeah.
But here's the pineapple. The pineapple twang, which is like a spicy pineapple to it. This will be like really good on pork. They were saying it's good on shrimp and barbecue shrimp with it. And then we got this one, the spicy. What was it? Spicy hickory. Yeah. Spicy hickory.
Yeah, they last year they were in the room there. They weren't in the hallway. They were over by where like they had the ATVs and side by sides, Polaris and stuff like that. They were over there, and they weren't. I didn't see them. I walked over that way and didn't see them, so didn't really. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, they were in the hallway right across from where they had the archery stuff this
year. Interesting. Yeah, I thought they were pretty good. They just I just didn't get a chance to bring any home. They were not interested in hooking me up with a couple of samples for sure, which is fine. I mean, it's their prerogative. It's their business.
Yeah, if anybody's interested, they do have a website. So if you search for Southern Bells, you can go on there and they sell their stuff online. And it was good. The ones I tasted, they were really good. They're not cheap. And, it's not like you're going to go to the local Walmart and buy a bottle of Sweet Baby Ray's, The one of these was $8. The other one was $10.
But you know,
they're
if it's
pricey
good,
for sure.
you know, if it's a good product, then okay, it's going towards, you know, a small company rather than. Well, I don't want to. Trying to remember who owns Sweet Baby Ray's now. I want to say it's not
I don't
Kraft,
remember.
because it's usually what happens. It's
Yeah, I
not.
don't
Oh,
remember.
hey, this is Grandma and Grandpa's barbecue recipe, and we start selling it out of our house, and then we get a place in the strip mall to sell it, and then we start manufacturing, distributing. It's usually someone comes along and says, "Hey, I represent ABC Gum Company. We'd like to buy your recipe for like $20,000 or something." It's like, okay. And Scott P79 out talking about Sweet Baby Ray's said, "My uncle used to go to the Minnesota State Fair and actually brought back Sweet Baby Ray's years before it was available in stores."
Yeah, there's a truckload of different varieties of it now. I think there's like 6 or 7 different flavors.
Yeah, they even do.
I used to doctor it. I used to doctor it up. We'd take Sweet Baby Ray's and add Yingling lager to it, diced caramelized onion, and a little bit of cayenne, and cook it down. That was really good. Moo is saying, is there a preferred brand of cast iron cookware? There's not very many manufacturers of cast iron cookware anymore. Honestly, Lodge, Lodge, like Lodge, like a house, like a lodge or whatever,
like a hunting cabin,
is like a cabin. Lodge is I know the largest. I'm not sure if there's smaller manufacturers or not, but Lodge is one that's still manufactured and it's very popular.
My wife, believe it or not,
I know they sell Lodge at Walmart.
Yeah, I was gonna say my wife got cast iron skillet that she loves at Walmart here. I don't remember if it was I don't know if it was Lodge or not, but she really likes it.
Yeah, they're good. There's the biggest thing is season it, you know, and you know, take care of it well.
Okay.
AR 500 non-stick pans. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Professional Chef, how would you clean or make food safe a cast iron skillet that had been sitting in bottom of somebody's cabinet for, say, the last 50 years or so, not being used? Or it was used at one time and then put away and never used?
Well,
I know you don't want to scrub it.
You can't. Well, it's not that you don't want to scrub it necessarily, is that you don't want to use any kind of harsh cleaners on it. And that's what gets people in trouble, is they'll put it in a dishwasher or they'll use like degreaser on it or something like that, or something that's gonna,
let's just say like regular dish soap, like a Palmolive or a Dawn.
Yeah, I personally don't think regular dish soap is gonna do you too much harm. There's a lot of people that what they'll do is they won't use any soap on it. They'll put salt in it and a little bit of oil and use that and then use a paper towel and use that as like an abrasive and then wipe it out. And that's it. You know, they'll wipe it out with a damp cloth or something like that. I think it really just depends. I don't think there's anything. It's probably not as safe, but I think using dish soap and warm water is probably fine. I think like if you would take it with if you would take some oil, like I say, some oil and some salt, kosher salt, and paper towel, and just really go after it, almost like you're sanding it, you know,
kind of like what you do with the baking soda and water mix, to kind of just basically using a mild abrasive.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not going to leave any weird residues or chemicals on it. You know what I mean?
So now the salt. So now this specifically has to be blessed salt, so it gets rid of all the evil stuff for exercising the pan, or what?
Yeah,
kosher.
yeah. It gets rid of all the demons. Gets rid of all the demons too while you're at it. Yeah. Seven Wonders is saying I'd use soft steel wool if necessary, then oil heated towel it. Then yeah, there you go. Or what is a decent nonstick? Oh, boy, I don't know, man.
And
I can't tell you about a good nonstick.
And I've heard people kind of raving about some of the new spray-on ceramics.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I
tend to. Go ahead.
It's very simple, Moo. What you need to do is turn on, say, like True TV or Wii TV or Home Shopping Network at about 3 a.m. your time, and whatever they're trying to sell you for 3 easy payments of $29.95 plus shipping and handling. And if you act within the next 10 minutes, they'll throw in a free fondue pot. Probably that. Or just go to your local Walmart and they've got like that stack as seen on TV BS. You know, just pick some from there. You'll be fine. It's the sound of silence. You're muted, Midnight.
Sorry. I keep coughing and muting myself. I don't want to cough in a microphone. It's probably super annoying.
Moo, I can try to jump out my window, but I'd actually be jumping up, like 2 feet up onto the ground. So, joke's on you.
Ha-ha.
I am too smart for you. Ha ha
ha. So, one of the things I will say, Moo, is a company that I really like as far as restaurant quality stuff goes, a company called Volrath. They're
Do I need to hand you a Ricola? You see, this wouldn't be happening if you would have just stuck to drinking your tiny water. You had to get too big for your britches and get the regular size waters.
Yeah.
Yeah, use like silicone utensils if you can.
Company called Volrath, Volrath. They're a really good middle of the road restaurant supply stuff. They do really good quality utensils, pots, pans, that kind of stuff. That's actually what I use when I use nonstick at the restaurant for omelets and stuff like that. So if you can get a hold of those, find them online or whatever, that's my go-to. Do I need? It's just the more I've been coughing, the more irritated it is, the more it makes me want to cough. It's really bugging the hell out of me now.
Sounds like you need the refreshing, throat-cooling taste of Diet Beef Soda Zero.
Yeah,
with absolutely
I need Beef Soda Zero for sure.
Yeah, Mia wants to know if you CPR, but I don't know, man. That might end up leading to something else that we don't want to see on YouTube.
Yeah, my death. Probably just come down here and choke me out.
Maybe that too. That's where I was going.
Now, remember, Mia, the first step to CPR is to poke him with a stick, really hard, somewhere in like the facial or the neck region,
with a baseball bat. Yeah, swing really hard with a baseball bat.
Yeah, that's how you get the heart to start. You got to give it that one solid whack, just like kick-starting the motorcycle.
So, we talked about it the other week. I forgot about this came out. In this week in Creeper news, Creepy Creeperton news, Jade Struck put out a comment on the Terran Tactical thing. I don't know if you guys saw that on her. I'm pretty beat at CPR and doing it on Midnight would take it out of me. Yeah, probably. She put out a comment on the whole
So-
Terran Tactical thing.
Now, is this the gal in question, or is this somebody else?
No, this is her. This is her from the video. And it was not surprising. Not surprised by what she wrote, but one of the things that I didn't know is how young she was when she started hanging out at the range there. She was the video she was 18, and she had just turned 18, I guess. So
When she started working for him, or the first time they met?
that video was when she had just turned 18. They had known each other, and she was hanging around there for a couple of years before that, which to me makes it even worse, because it's almost like a situation. It's almost like a grooming situation, like, or at the very least taking advantage of somebody that you've gained their trust. It's not, to me, it's not as simple as, you hire an employee and he was being creepy towards her. He had, she had been hanging around there and doing stuff around the range from when she was like 15 or 16. And then this video was taken when she was like 18. But I'll read what she put out here. It says, about 2 weeks ago, a video was published showing me in a very uncomfortable situation. I was clearly very uneasy when it happened, and I'm extremely embarrassed at how I reacted to the situation. My former employee took this video several years ago when I just turned 18 and was very new to the industry. I was very young and naive and led to believe that this sort of thing was normal, expected, and required to succeed in this industry. I should have known better and stood firm against my former employee, but I did not. During my time with TTI, my former employee made many of these types of videos of me, as well as other videos that were made of women in and around the company. These videos were very inappropriate and personal to those involved. I'm disappointed in myself for not doing what I knew to be right for myself and for others pressured into these acts. To the other girls in and around TTI that felt pressured as I was, I'm sorry that I could not find the strength to stand up for us. My former employer has made public statements that these videos were consensual and even planned and scripted. I can assure everyone that I never planned to be sexually harassed or sexually manipulated in the workplace. Looking back, my former employer clearly planned and scripted these events, but I was never involved or consulted about what I did or did not want to do. Playing along as little as possible was simply a condition of my employment, and I now see how inappropriate and illegal it was for an employer to behave in such a way. To anyone possessing any compromising videos or images of me or any of the other girls in and around TTI, please do not make any more of these videos and images public. Enough harm has already been done. Additionally, some of the other content you may have received quite possibly includes girls under 18 at the time it was made. I'm learning and healing from this experience in the future. I hope to have better understanding of the mistakes I made and the poor decisions that led up to the moments captured in these videos. Moving forward, I will undoubtedly be a stronger person as I continue to work hard and to grow my own brand of gear and equipment for this amazing industry. I will continue to train hard to be the best in the business. I will be a stronger woman and lead by example for young women like myself who have experienced unwanted and inappropriate sexual advances in the workplace. Most of all, I promise to be a beacon of hope for those too afraid to speak out. Thank you to everyone who has shown me much love and support. I am grateful and blessed to have you all as a part of my family. I did see a video talking about this, and he's the one that had mentioned she apparently was there before she was 18. I don't know. She doesn't mention that, but I'm not 100% sure. That's what he had said, and he had sounded like he knew what he was talking about, but who knows? Kinky said, "You see the other videos the other girls put out of her totally lost respect. She's trying to capitalize off of it." No, no, I didn't see anything about that. You see the other videos the other girls put out of her totally lost respect. She's trying to capitalize off it. No, I did not see anything. So you're saying you believe Jade is trying to capitalize off of the situation? Also, Kinky, you got a link. You can jump in here. Embarrassing when you teach the class. Yeah, Taryn. It's a pretty shitty situation. It's pretty ugly the whole way around. I didn't realize she was that young when that video was taken either. Yeah, they posted stills off her story post and whatnot.
You're saying now the girls think. So the other girls that worked or still worked or may have worked with this individual are thinking that she is using it as a to capitalize off it, or what?
I don't know. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like he's saying. I don't know.
I don't know. I guess I really hadn't followed any of this other than it was just something dropped during SHOT Show, and a couple of people made like references to it in some of their videos, but not the whole thing. So no. It's one of those things like, okay, it happened, and something else.
Kinky says, can't remember what the chick's name is. It was her going on about how much she likes guys twice her age. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to. I guess it's hard to know exactly. Not being there, not being able to hear, not being in the situation. I don't know.
Not being in the situation or able to read the person's thoughts at the time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if she is trying to capitalize on it, I mean, I guess it's possible. I mean, definitely got her name out there an awful lot. I feel like there was something else too.
What's it? Animal, vegetable, mineral, firearms, food related?
What are you talking to me?
Well, you better be talking to me. You're the only one that was listening.
She turned off comments. Go to Jennifer Irene Shooter on Instagram.
Kinky, you have a wrench. You can post links.
Mm-hmm.
What's this week's sauce in not posting links?
Oh, really? Come on, Kinky, you're better than that.
Yeah, provide context.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know. If
you're kinky sphincter. You're not slightly weird sphincter. You're not.
Oh, no. He is slightly weird sphincter as well.
So he already got that handle.
Yeah,
if his sphincter is kinky, he's definitely on the weird side. How did it get
weird?
kinky?
Weird sphincter.
If he was on the clock and if his boss, it's wrong, even if they date. Yeah, general rule of thumb: children, if you're working with them, don't date them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just easier.
Yeah, it's no good.
Unless you're like a contractor and you're not going to be there for more than 6 months, in which case, go nuts.
Chances of it working out are pretty slim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on Jennifer Irene Shooter's page, it says, "Shame on you, Jade Struck. We all know this statement is a lie. You fail to mention you living in his house. You're driving a car that was gifted to you. Quit playing victim. I'm so disgusted with you, with how you are using this for exposure and money. You disgust me. If anyone wants the truth, this definitely isn't it. Oh, and trust me, there are a lot of videos that prove that you were not a victim." All right.
Figuring out page posted. So are you looking at her like actual feed or just that one that was on that Kinky posted?
Just the one that Kinky posted.
Go to this Jennifer Irene Shooter's actual feed and like the second post. I'm assuming that dude is that Terran Tactical Guy or whatever?
I don't know. I see Billy Bob Thornton.
I was gonna say because it really does look like. Yeah, I was gonna say if that was what's his face, he did look a lot like Thornton.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know. I'm not gonna dig through this trying to find anything in particular.
Yeah, just gun money.
Gun bunny drama.
Mm-hmm. So expecting to cut 7 Wonders. Kinky micro rant, huh? Go drunk 7, you're home.
Wait, what?
Well, she even has some screenshots of texts and stuff. I don't know that she sent stuff, text to him. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's bullshit. Maybe she is using it. Who knows? Who cares? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just one more thing that
deal
people are
or
worried about because it's drama.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants a little chunk of drama.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's going on up here now? If she was on the clock and wrong, I had to quit when Midnight harassed me. I don't know what you're talking about. How did I harass you? What did you quit when I harassed you? There's stuff in her story too. I don't know. I don't want to get involved with it as a drama way, back and forth and looking all soap opera-ish.
That's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm not really that interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, when it happened, I mean, you find yourself interested in it because you don't want to, you don't like to see somebody be taken advantage of, and that's where I was in on it. Was it's like, wow, it's really shitty that he did that. If that's if that's the case, it was a joke. Jeez. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't know. Maybe
You're her husband. You can't tell when she's joking.
No, she got mad at me because I called her Karen yesterday. She got mad at me.
You called who Karen?
Did you call Karen?
Karen? No, not Karen. The wife.
Well, it all depends. When was this happening? I mean, was it like when you woke up and said, "Good morning, Karen," or was it like you were just busy doing something and said, "Bug off, Karen"? Because, I mean, one of those is definitely worse than the other. And I'm not even married.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
all I have to say is hashtag Kimbers for Karen.
No. We've upped it.
I don't know that Karen's ever going to get a
Kimber for Karen 2020.
Do you think what are the odds that what do you think the odds that Mystic's going to ever get that Kimber? What do you think?
Zero.
Zero?
I'd say 1%.
She did,
At this point,
she says, go ahead. Go ahead and
Well-
tell the story. Yeah, so she texted me to make reservations to come in for Valentine's Day. She's going to bring possibly. She'll usually bring like the little man in for New Year's Eve or Valentine's Day or something to have early dinner, and then I can come out and say hi, and before we get busy. And my brother-in-law, her brother may come with us, so she wasn't sure if it was going to be a two top or a three top, and she wasn't sure if he was coming. It was going to have to be a little bit later, which is fine. I mean, whatever. We made two. So she was like, "Well, can you make 2 reservations, and we'll." And then we'll just cancel one when we figure out which one we want to do. But did he seriously not buy it for? I thought he was playing it off. No, I don't think he bought anything yet. I don't think he's.
No.
They weren't able to pick one up at Wanamaker because they were really pricey. So I made both the reservations, one of them early and one of them a little bit later. And I was like, "All right, Karen, okay, Karen." She's like, "Who's Karen?" I was like, "You are. That's a total Karen move, making 2 reservations at once and then just saying you're going to cancel one later." We get burned on that all the time in the restaurant, like New Year's Eve and stuff. People make a reservation with like multiple reservations, or they'll make reservations at 2 different restaurants, especially groups. If it's groups of people, one person will make a reservation at one restaurant, other people will make reservations at another restaurant. Sometimes they call and cancel. A lot of times they don't. Sometimes they just don't show up, and that really sucks.
Pink.
That's why you always make sure the side chick has the same name as the main chick. So
This reservation thing is why I always get the chef to do the reservation.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't have to worry about what you can puts reservation under.
Yeah, well, yeah, you got to make sure. Yeah, you got to make sure. Yeah, Burt Reynolds sometimes Burt Reynolds. Sometimes Burt Reynolds coming in for dinner.
Yes, I got a reservation for a Buford Tea Justice.
That's it. I got some news articles. Airbnb in Canada.
He hasn't been making reservations for 2 years, as far as I know. So,
Man, you were not paying attention to the show earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about 2 years. Burt
Reynolds.
She said cancel them. Little man likes Cracker Barrel anyway. Yeah, they're still in there. You just let me know which one you want, and we'll make it happen.
I agree. Hush puppies are
better. So Airbnb in Canada has donated a pretty serious. I mean, not a huge company. It's probably not serious, but they've donated. I think it was $300,000 to some anti-gun stuff.
In Canada or in the U.S.?
Canada. In addition to the pilot project, Airbnb announced a partnership with Canadian Doctors for Protection from Guns that will provide $300,000 over 3 years to raise awareness about the protection from guns.
Sounds kind of like a lobbying ploy from the Kevlar industry. Hashtag big Kevlar.
Yeah. Well, it's
actually from what I hear, Canada's about to lose like half of the guns they've got.
Well, it's weird in Canada. There's certain things that they can have that we can't, and then there's others, and then there's stuff that they can't have that we can. I don't really know what the laws are. All
magazines.
Unless I own an AR-15 that's made in China, every other rifle I've got is no go in Canada.
Yeah. Okay.
They've changed their stuff in Canada greatly over the course of the past couple years. You pretty much, other than a revolver, you can't own anything.
Really?
If you have it, you have it. But
I mean,
you can't get any more.
My Century C308, that's banned.
But they don't.
My AK,
But as far as overall length on rifles and shotguns, it's just a rifle or shotgun. Doesn't matter how long the how long the barrel is.
It's weird. They can have ARs, but only if they're from China, and I don't understand that.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Well, who makes a Chinese AR?
Norinco.
Norinco.
Oh, they make AR. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Norenko
Marenko
because-
makes everything.
Because
That's
they're
true,
cahoots,
yeah.
they're in cahoots with Norenko. That's
Anything-
why.
Yeah, Marenko actually at one point made a M14 and 7.62 by 39.
Did it take AK mags?
The wife says, "What if you move there and have guns? You can't take them with you.
Nope.
Nothing you can do. You can't."
Nope. You can ask if Bob ever comes on any of these chats anymore. You can ask him how much of a pain of an ass it is transporting firearms across international borders.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I'm all in
Actually-
favor of us doing what the Fallout government in Fallout 1, 2, 3, and 4 did and just annex Canada.
Actually, it's not true. You can bring certain firearms into Canada if you are going hunting in
It's still a
Canada.
pain in the ass.
But first, it's a pain in the ass. Two, you have to get it approved first by them before you even attempt to do so. And three, the firearms you're bringing over have to be firearms that are on their approved list for you to actually own in Canada. So at that point, you're pretty much not wanting to do that and just saying, "Fuck it, I'm going to Alaska."
Yeah, if you're gonna go,
Yeah, you
on
might
a
as well just go to Alaska.
If you're going to go on a hunting trip to Canada, just get one of those tour. If you can afford it, get one of those tour services that supplies to firearms. It's not worth the hassle of trying to take your own.
Yeah, I would imagine that probably would be the way to go when it comes down to it, and just not worry about it. The not just the gun laws too, but the free speech laws, that kind of stuff up there is getting crazier and crazier and crazier. People being fined for using, improper pronouns, or pronouns that people don't approve, or whatever you want to say it. If you call somebody, sir, and they want to be called ma'am,
It's
Or-
ma'am.
or Z or
Night
Zer
Giz.
or whatever, that's a big deal up there now, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, which is why I'm shocked that one who tried suing the waxing place lost their case because of all that crap laws that they have.
Well, not only lost her case, but then what was the other one? A gynecologist wouldn't see her because
Right.
it doesn't have the appropriate piece of anatomy, and then
It
is now in what is it? I think they're under like probation or
they're under criminal investigation. They're facing serious prison time.
no,
Yeah,
that
he had-
same individual in the face of a guy who just like a reporter and just kind of like
Right.
went
Yeah,
off
they-
on him and threatened to punch him. So now they're hey, yeah, you're under house arrest for the next year.
did assault him. He
Yes.
did hit him.
assault Yeah,
Yeah.
It did assault the reporter. But
Now-
it's also under investigation for the swim parties that it went to hold with underage girls, where the parents weren't allowed to be there, and they were going to be topless.
Yeah.
So
That's the kind of stuff that I don't get. I don't understand how governments or officials or law enforcement agencies, or whatever you want to call it, can look at somebody or know that somebody is promoting a clothing optional underage party and not see that as incredibly sketchy.
yeah,
you
what about the parents? What parent
Well-
lets their child go there, especially if they know that the parent isn't allowed to
Right.
attend? I mean, good Lord.
Yeah, Jessica Yaniv, Jonathan Yaniv, whichever way you want to say it, it's
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Screw it.
Um,
Just call it.
is it's a criminal. This is a pedophile. I mean, it is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I mean, there is something seriously wrong with a person.
Yeah, you need to seek professional mental health stuff, not for not for wanting to be the non-binary opposite gender of what you were born. It's just all this other stuff, all this hate, all this anger. That is not healthy. That is not normal.
Yeah. I think personally that it is identifying as a woman to try and get out of trouble for being a pedophile.
Yeah.
No,
You have to get out of jail free card.
no. You go to a woman's prison, they'll still beat your ass for being a pedophile.
No. I mean,
And these are women that are
yes,
a
but
lot more butch than you were as a man.
yeah, but that's not my point. I think they're trying to get out of the pedophile thing because they're identifying as a woman that's little girls, and so it's a woman with girls. It's not a guy with girls.
So you're saying lesbians can't be pedophiles?
No, I'm saying that this is what this crazy
No,
person.
I understand that rationalization. I'm just poking holes in it because if no, it's completely normal. It's
It's going to be successful doing it. I'm thinking that's what their rationale for doing it is.
Yes, but I would think that
I'm not saying the authorities are that
the
stupid.
Catholic Church's improprieties would put the kibosh on that of no, it's the same gender of it doesn't matter if you are a biological male identifying as a straight female.
Yeah.
It's, as I've said in Mr. Matt's chats before, and I will say again, remember, boys and girls, it's all bullshit and it's bad for you, so don't listen to it.
Yeah, basically. But I'm not saying that whatever, you're going to get away with it. I just think that's what their rationale is, that because of all the laws protecting them that they have up there, where you can't misgender this, that, and the other, that they got this idea in their crazy head. Because let's face it, this guy is nuts. That they think that that's going to get them out of a prison term, which I think they're going to find themselves sadly mistaken about that if the government does their job. But I think that's what their rationale is and why they're saying that they identify as a woman.
Now, just for clarification, this whole non-discriminatory, topless, under the age of 16, no parents allowed, swim time thing was just an idea floated by this person. It wasn't something that was just, oh, hey, we're doing this at the Y at 3 p.m. on Saturday, bring your kids kind of thing, right?
I think it was something that was promoted. I think it was attempted to do. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it attempted to do this. She was giving out it was giving out flyers for it and putting like things up on the
bulletin boards and stuff.
Flyers up on their phone poles and whatnot with the little things where you rip that off and that's the phone number. They were posting that kind of things. They were putting flyers up in store windows. One of the stores told it that they weren't going to be allowed to do that, so they threatened to sue the store for discrimination. I mean, it wasn't just an idea. This was something that they actually tried doing. And there were actually parents that were going to.
The wife is the wife brought up Desmond is amazing, and his parents. Basically, his parents let him be a underage stripper.
Yeah, his parents are, for all intents and purposes, pouring him out to gay bars. Yeah. That's exactly what they're doing.
They
want to be pimping.
They allowed and applauded the fact that their 8-year-old kid is a male stripper for gay adults.
6 years old. He's like 12 years old now. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few states that already have basically retainers on them that if they step foot in the state, parents get arrested, they're going to jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have heard
that. The story.
Yeah, I did hear that.
Yep.
Yes, this is why you people who have kids need to be parents. Not because little Johnny wants to dance around in his underwear. If he does that at home, fine. At a certain age, you tell him knock it off, put some pants on. To do it in public, no.
Let me. Yeah, for any parents out there that may be confused, it's not okay for an 8-year-old to be up on stage dancing like seductively in front of adults and have them throw money at you.
It's worse than that.
It's your kid. It's not okay for them to shove money in his shorts.
You need to be their parent, not their friend.
And it's worse than that. There's actually video of him dancing on stage with 2 naked guys at one of these clubs.
Okay, I've heard enough of this. That's just sick.
Yeah,
it's move on.
It's
.org.
crazy. It's crazy. It makes no sense. It really is insane.
Once again, this is why you need to be a parent, and every once in a while put down your steel-toed boot of authority and say, no, that's stupid. Knock it off.
Well, yeah, but when the parents are just as goddamn crazy as the kid because they're encouraging it because they're making...
Then somebody needs to go to the parents and shove a steel-toed boot up their ass.
Yeah.
Hit them with a rolled-up piece of newspaper wrapped around that Brooklyn Crusher and go, no. No, we do not do that.
Yeah, I know all of us here are for limited
It is not socially acceptable as a parent to do that.
Yeah, at some point, even if we are limited government type people, the government has to step in for the good of the child at some point, right? And
well, no, I think it would just be a social thing of like, no. Everyone just gets together and either points and laugh or just spits at them, and enough times it's like, oh, all these people hate you're doing that.
Yeah, but we're not seeing that either. I don't know how to describe it at this point, but the world
once again
going upside down. It's like
seek professional, competent, medical attention.
Well, Midnight's falling asleep on his own
you
chat.
gotta admit that you have a problem for that.
No, I'm reading. I'm reading George's comment.
I'm gonna head out of here. You guys have a good night.
Right. I'll see you, buddy. Thanks.
Catch you, bud. See ya.
Yep. George says I had a friend. Friend had his bachelor party in Matamoros, Mexico, the nearest city in Mexico, right off the bridge. Well, in this strip club, I saw an underage stripper. She had to be 12 to 15.
Yeah. Some of those Mexican strip clubs do other things that would be illegal in this country too. So let's leave Mexico out of this because that country, when it comes to strip clubs, is off the deep end.
Yeah, it's all run by cartels, and cartels are going to do whatever it takes to make money. So, hey, you want to get to America? Okay, that's fine. We'll take you. Just here. Yeah. I forget who said it. We should sell off Florida to Israel because there's enough Jewish people there to where it'd be perfectly fine. We take that money, we buy Mexico, and we just throw everyone out.
Do we want to buy Mexico?
Yeah. Well, think about how much we can buy it. We can buy all of Mexico for less than the money that we would save on border fencing. Instead of having to border off all of northern Mexico, we just got to border off that little tiny part by Panama.
No, we'd have to border off the border between Mexico and Guatemala and trying to remember what other countries are down there.
All right, look, let's just retake everything down to the canal zone.
Let me finish. Because Mexico's already started building the wall between Guatemala and whatever the other country that borders southern Mexico is. So while bitching about us wanting to build a wall on our border.
No. What he's saying is we need to go straight to the canal and push those boards people are putting over the canal so they can walk right through. Push those into the water.
Well, hold on. Are people? I don't think people are actually doing that because the canal at its narrowest point is 120 feet across.
Yeah.
Okay, they've got a couple of them nailed together. All right.
No, I'm just trying to think because while I was doing some cleaning and stuff last night, I was listening to what's the guy's name? He does like a lot of the pre-World War I and World War II battleships and that. And he was talking about the Montana class, or not Wyoming class battleships, about how they'd be over a certain width, and it was wider than the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot, Teddy Roosevelt, for not making the canal like an extra 10 feet wider.
Right.
And also, while I'm on that subject, screw you, Woodrow Wilson, and screw you, Teddy, for for splitting the Republican vote in 1912.
Oh yeah, that was.
Even though I would have preferred Roosevelt being president in 1912, because he would have actually gotten into World War II or World War One quicker, have it be ended quicker, and we probably wouldn't have had the communist Russia. The Tsar still would fall.
Actually,
Well, we don't know what Taft would have done.
Speaking of Teddy Roosevelt, here's the funny thing: his Great White Fleet was deactivated after that whole cruise and tour he had. But all those battleships that were part of the Great White Fleet were reactivated before or during World War One and used as training ships.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that?
All our pre-dreadnoughts.
Yeah, all of them. Every single battleship part of the Great White Fleet was reactivated for World War One. How about that?
So let's see. We've gone from Ruger 5.7 and the merits thereof, why there isn't 22 mag auto pistols, barbecue sauce, creepy, possibly pedophilic trans people in Canada, importing firearms into Canada, underage strippers, and now we are talking about pre-dreadnought American naval power.
Only because it was you mentioned Teddy Roosevelt. That was the only part of the conversation that I could.
The best part is we can, if you go back and think about it, every bit of that has been connected through some form or another. Because we got to talking about the Panama Canal because of the borders with Mexico, yeah.
And we're talking about the border stuff because we thought that we should buy it and kick out the cartels, and we thought we should buy it and kick out the cartels because of underage strippers in Mexico, and underage strippers in Mexico because of apparently George was at a bachelor party.
Yeah, and that came up because we were talking about whatever Desmond, and then we got to talking about him because of the weirdo up in Canada. I mean, it all connects back.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you go through and watch this and take the key word from each topic and every third letter, you'll find the secret code. And if you find that secret code, send your answer to shootingleftofcenter@gmail.com. You will receive absolutely nothing.
That may be a very confused response.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes.
So what vessel will USS Trump going to be? I don't know. Here's the thing. Trump never served in any branch in the military, so I mean the only reason we're getting the Gerald R. Ford and the Reagan is because one, they were both Navy men, and two, they're dead. So if they continue with the naming convention, it'd be all right, if Trump had been in the Navy and if they continued with the current naming convention, it would probably be whatever our next carrier would be, because we have the John F. Kennedy. That was I'm thinking that was a Nimitz class carrier.
Hold on. The George Washington right now is an aircraft carrier. And he didn't serve in the Navy. He served in the Army.
But he was the supreme commander for the Continental Forces, though.
Hold on a second. Lincoln never served in the military, but there's the USS Lincoln, which is an aircraft carrier as well.
Yeah. So
okay, but also you're talking the father of our country and the man who helped put the Union back together.
Yeah. Well, if you go with Call of Duty,
you know what? Pink has it right. Pink has it right. He created the Space Force, so it's going to be probably the first class of whatever space ship we have.
Okay, it'll be a Constitution class Star Cruiser.
No, it'll be a Trump class exploration vessel when we try to build, or cargo vessel for building hotels and barracks on Mars.
Well, I at least hope it's armed with what do you call them? Rail guns, because those will work in space just as well as they'll work on land.
Yeah, but they require a lot more energy.
Yeah, but
it's going to be lasers. It's going to be freaking lasers.
Now, will it be lasers on top of sharks, or will it be mildly ill-tempered sea bass?
You see, the problem with that is, in order for them to work, first of all, you have to have the lasers on the outside of the vehicle, and if you have the freaking lasers on the mildly ill-tempered sea bass and on their heads, first of all, you got to have something around the mildly ill-tempered sea bass's head to keep them from suffocating or freezing in the cold vacuum of oblivion that we call space. And that's going to just cause the lasers on the heads of the ill-tempered sea basses to be not as effective because you've got this like sphere of glass around them, keeping them alive. So then you're going to have even more powerful lasers, which will burn a hole through the glass and just cause the sea bass to get sucked out. So
it sounds like that Alan Parsons project.
Well, you're completely overthinking it. It's going to be the Death Star.
No. We already petitioned Obama to build that, and he said no. And first of all, Trump wouldn't call it the Death Star. It'd be the Trump Tower Sphere or the Trump Sphere.
Yeah, there you go.
You got to remember, it's got to be something that's going to stoke his already inflated ego.
Oh, no, it's going to be a Death Star, but it's going to be named the USS Trump.
Yeah, but we can't call it the Death Star because then Disney will sue our asses.
No,
you don't fuck with the mouse.
No, Disney will put the amusement park up there and it'll be fine.
No, you don't fuck with the mouse. Ask Roro. Not roll call, Roland. Ask him. You don't mess with Disney's lawyers.
No, you don't.
Because if you do, they will send you a strongly worded, slightly polite, but also threatening letter to cease and desist. Sending George Lucas letters for your fan theories and why The Last Jedi sucked more or less than Skywalker.
All the government's got to do is license the name and boom, problem solved, and Disney could put a theme park up there. There'll be a theme park, called
Out in the Cold.
No, it'll be inside the Death Star. The Death Star's a giant space station. I mean, if they got an amusement park in the Mall of America, they could certainly put one in the Death Star.
I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea.
No.
Hey, we don't know what all was in the Death Star. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yes, we do. There are technical manuals upon technical manuals written about it. Some are no longer canon, but they are still out there. Like the new Essential Guide to Warfare, complete cross sections.
It was powered by kyber crystals.
We do not know what Disney's retcon of the Death Star is. The Death Star very well could have had Disneyland Death Star.
No.
I don't think Disney would have done that.
No.
Oh, yeah, they would. Look at what they've done to those movie franchises. You're going to tell me you don't think they would put an amusement park inside of a Death Star? That would be the least.
No. The amusement park in the Death Star was all the Wookiee slaves. Every once in a while, you'd throw somebody into the pen with them and take bets on how long they last.
Ooh.
Look, I mean, Disney is evil, but I don't think that even they would be evil enough to enslave 7-foot-tall, sentient, abominable snowmen.
I don't know.
That use bowcasters and will rip your arms right out of the socket and beat you to death with them.
Well, just look what the Empire did to the Ewoks. That's all I'm saying.
They left them alone for the most part. It was the Ewoks that started shit.
Well, not after
Night Strike. You have an Ewok, something that comes up to maybe your knee. You have a Wookiee that is taller than what you can reach with your standing on your very tippy toes. One of these things is not like the other.
Yes,
I don't know. Those Ewoks were pretty menacing to those stormtroopers. I tell you.
I mean, I will say it is canonical that they are pretty vicious, but they also taste pretty good with lime.
Yeah, they look delicious.
But the thing is, that's another thing.
Yeah, the original Ewok.
The Death Star landed on Endor. Where the hell are the Wookiee? Where the hell are the Ewoks? What
they showed them at the very end.
The
They showed Wicked and that other whatever the hell the name of the other one was. It was like the very last.
Are they the only two Ewoks left?
Yeah, and
Do you really want them to like pull back and show like all the Ewoks still munching on the rotting, bloated corpses of all the scout troopers and stormtroopers from 30 years prior?
Hey,
Whoa,
sure,
no.
why not? Sure, why not?
and I mean, you got the Ewoks films. I mean,
there you go, Lucasfilm.
No, we don't.
As
talk
part
about
of your
those films.
expanded
Those
as part of
films are
your
awful.
expanded universe, I want a Walking Dead style horror film on Endor, but with rabid Ewoks.
That's what I was going to say, man. You know, that if the Ewoks were eating all the dead stormtroopers and shit, imagine how grim and horrific the Ewok films would have been. They wouldn't have been the cute little kitty films, and they would have been something totally different.
First space station, first.
I think we're done. We're done.
We are not headed for coronavirus. We have started. You see, originally this started off with like the brackets and the top 10, like just stealing a little bit from Never Enough Ammo's Week and Geek and Week and Gun chat. So now we're just getting knee deep in geek.
Well,
pretty soon.
There you go.
I mean, if you catch the coronavirus, either take 2 Motrin and call me in the morning, or just wash it down with Lyme disease.
Yeah, but
you put the lime in the coconut.
Drink the bowl up.
Yeah, if the Ewoks were doing that, we would have ended up with the Ewoks movie with Star Wars stealing the alien tagline. Nobody can hear you scream in space.
Ewok eating old necrotic flesh.
Ew.
Yeah.
Yeah,
creeping me out.
Well, now, Mia, we didn't see that they actually killed all of them. For all we know, some of those poor innocent Imperial contractors could have been kept alive for the last 30 years, forced to watch
some of them
watch their surviving being slowly eaten one at a time.
Yeah, well, some were taken prisoner by the rebels, so you see them surrendering. But
they were lucky to get taken prisoner by the rebels and not the Ewoks.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because the Ewoks would have ate them. I mean, they were going to eat Luke, Leia, Han, Chewie. Maybe Triton.
No, they did Leia's hair. I don't think they would have eaten her.
Well, they probably would have if they wouldn't have made if Wicket wouldn't have been the one that found her.
Remember, she did give him crackers, and he did like those crackers.
But again, if he wasn't the one that found her, if one of the Ewok hunting parties would have found her, she'd have been cooked on that spit just like Luke and them were going to be.
I don't know, unless they value females of any species a little different than they do males of species. I'll just leave that turd right in the middle of the room there, and I'll
You'll see yourself out.
Sexually, it's a little IED there for you.
We're getting right back to the crazy people in Canada on a much broader.
And well, now that being said, that yes, Wicket found Leia, but the other party got caught in one of their traps. So
yeah, one of the hunting party traps.
Yeah.
I'm saying if the hunting party would have found Leia first, he might have had.
Or if Leia would have stepped in one of their traps, sure, they might have tried to eat her or actually eaten her. Or like I said, it could have just been one of those things like, we already caught like a couple of stormtroopers like last week. We're still munching on those. So let's act real nice and keep this one alive, because the longer it's alive, the slower it's not going to rot quite as quickly.
Or they might have been trying to fatten her up.
Yeah. And this is what happens when I end up falling asleep watching National Geographic on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
You wake up and the fire ants are known for dismembering dismembering locusts and keeping them alive deep down in their subterranean layers to keep the food fresher longer.
Yeah, they would have went all Motel Hell on Leia, buried her in the ground and just fed her enough to keep her alive and fatten her up.
Now, George Cortez out in the chat, that is something, that story right there, I'll just read it. I heard a woman was suing a company over a Toyota contest she won, but she got a toy Yoda instead. Now, George, that's a story I heard back when I was in high school, so like early to mid 2000s, from our economics teacher. And it was simple, but it was I think it was a wet t-shirt contest or a topless contest, something like that. And it was, win a Toyota, and she got a toy Yoda. I just think that's something that somebody made up as like an example for like understanding legalese.
Yeah, that definitely has the ring of urban legend to it.
Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, if it was a toy Baby Yoda, then shut up. Toy Baby Yoda is worth far more than any Toyota.
He is. He really is.
Mm-hmm.
How much of this patch is going for now?
Seven Wonders.
Alrighty.
Saw it posted on Facebook. Yeah, George, I'm pretty sure that started out as like, what was it before? Like, if anyone remembers fax machines, and every once in a while somebody would just get a list of like, go to like your local sheriff's office or any government office. They apparently still use them. You know, just like kind of like a rumor or something that just started, and then once the Worldwide Information Super Network started, just easier for disseminating bullshit.
Not surprised they had vending machines with adult mags, X-rated anime mags, toys back in the 80s, but talking about sex was unheard of.
Japan's weird when it comes to porn.
For sure. Yeah, they're super weird.
Seven, you've been to Japan and know enough about Japan that they have vending machines for practically everything because it's far more space efficient.
And game shows for just about everything.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of vending machines, 2 to 3 people die a year from vending machines.
Trying to get them. Now, is that from irate forklift drivers trying to spear them, or getting speared by a forklift when someone's trying to get out their Twix bar, or people rocking it and getting crushed?
That's literally the vending machine falling on them and killing them.
Yeah.
So therefore, we need to ban all vending machines. Think of the
children. Common sense vending machine control.
I was just gonna say that. You read my mind.
Now, what the hell was it I was watching? Oh, it was like weird commercials from around the world, and that it was something like back when VH1 was trying to stay relevant.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about the weird commercials in Japan. Their whole thing is anything that's like normal they don't care about, so they really their whole business model is you've got to like shock or make something so horribly outrageous or absurd to get people to remember what it is.
Yeah, it's like that episode of The Simpsons where they had Japanese TV and found out about the
toilet cam
or what it was, or the mascot looked like Homer.
Yes. We should have beer vending machines. I have spoken.
I've seen restaurants with their own personal taps at the table. That's pretty crazy looking.
The problem with that is how you going to card everyone over. How you going to card anyone 21 and over just for the beer?
Simple, make it a credit card machine. Has to be like an actual credit card.
Kids can get credit cards.
Yeah.
Well, that's really more on the credit company's fault than the person's fault.
Well, no, just had their parents sign off on it. My daughter, when she was younger, she had a credit card. She was on my credit card account with my Discover card because she was going on school trips and stuff, and it was easier for her to just take the credit card than to try and keep cash on her or what. So,
well, I suppose if you wanted to go all 1984 and Big Brother knowing what you're doing, pretty much every driver's license has a magnetic strip on it.
Some states don't do that.
Yeah,
and the holograms, and really, some don't.
Well, now here's the thing, though. It probably won't really need a strip. We've got bill readers that can tell the difference between a $5 bill and a $1 bill and a $100 bill just by using little photo sensors.
Yeah.
Yeah, some states put barcodes on the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the West Virginia didn't have barcode. They have whatever that is, and this
The
is one of
QR
those,
code.
Yeah, this is one of those federal mandated Patriot Act IDs.
Oh, Real ID.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
I've
what's on the
got
back.
one.
Yeah, Minnesota still hasn't complied with that. We've gotten like 100 extensions every year for not having to do that.
So is South
West
Carolina,
Virginia was
but
one of the early adopters.
Which
the
means
problem
that
is if I want to leave the state, I have to have one. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave the state.
no, you can. It's still a valid
What?
ID. It's just you can't fly domestically.
I want to fly domestically, so that's why.
Yeah, but you can still leave the state. I mean,
Leave the state. I mean, it's not a
Night Strike. Is there something you're not telling us? Are you on like a very long extension cord?
They're not gonna. You're not gonna get to the North Carolina border. Papers, please. No, you can leave the state.
I just wanted to know when traveling between state to state was like dealing with the Gestapo.
It's, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have a response for that.
Yeah. When did it become like that? I can tell you when it became like that. After
2001.
9/11, because airplanes are scary. People could use them for nefarious purposes. So we have to make sure that the people who are getting on planes aren't going to use them for nefarious purposes. So we got to put all this extra rules and other bullshit in place, and then we're gonna have a real super non-counterfeitable ID that you have to have if you're wanting to fly domestically. Regardless of the fact that it's going to take like 20 years to implement, and then we're going to have holdouts that aren't going to do that, and eventually we're just going to go ahead and say, okay, screw you, you don't have to comply with the standard right now, but we're going to go ahead with making it so that anyone who doesn't have a real ID can't fly domestically.
Nothing was directed at you, Seven Wonders. Stop typing.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
7, the last thing that was directed with you was, it's Japan, vending machines. We need to have beer vending machines. So, yes, thank you for putting us out on this new tangent of...
Yeah, this is all your fault for bringing up the beer vending machines, because then we got into it about kids being able to use credit cards to get beer out of the vending machines, and then the ID, because Ape said something that all driver's licenses have magnetic strips on the back, but they don't. And then we got into the real ID, and it's all your fault, Seven.
It's pandemonium. It's pandemonium.
Cats and dogs living together.
Mass hysteria.
Chaos.
No, that was back with
Now, Seven, just for putting us on that tangent, my clock is showing it is 12:45 a.m. I don't want to hear a peep out of you until 12:50 a.m. my time.
Shut down.
All right, let's close it up and move on for the night.
.org.
Henry had some really cool stuff at the. Let's go back to our original topic.
Yeah.
What did they have?
Oh, did they have any of what are those? I don't remember the names, and it's going to sound terrible calling it the Cancer Kid guns. They have one of those on display, or
Which one's that?
Oh, you know what? I didn't even think to look.
One was that this, like, I don't know, what is it? This 5-year-old kid and this like 6 or 7-year-old girl have cancer, and Henry made
okay, yeah, I knew no, I didn't see those ones, but they had those were limited edition. They may have already sold out of all those.
Okay,
They
well,
did.
no,
He's not that kind of ape.
Yeah, no, they made like a certain amount, but then I think Henry made like 2 of each or 2 more of each, and they were gonna like raffle them off.
Yeah,
so I didn't know if they had like one there as like a display to say, "Hey, this is something we're raffling off. Please go to this website."
No, they didn't. They didn't have those. They were raffling off something else. They were raffling off this 22. It had like white ivory materially kind of sput stock and foregrip on it. the furniture on it,
Mhm.
and it had like an American Eagle engraved in it and stuff. It was a really pretty rifle. That was what they were raffling. They were doing the giveaway of at the show. But,
Hey, don't
they had
miss
they had the
Penny Pickers
various
on air.
tribute rifles. They had the military, army, military law enforcement, fire, and I believe EMT rifles there. Then they had the new one with the King's Gate, where you can load it through the King's Gate and then unload it through the front of the tube.
Mm-hmm.
Those were cool.
Yeah, just thinking about, we were talking before about Ruger and how many different variants of 1022s they make. Henry's another one that they'll just think about all the different kind of special editions and engraved stuff that they've done. Because,
like
with
that. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if you've seen on Henry's website, they now have, if you buy like the classic 22, like what I have, you can buy a brass receiver cover and have it engraved with whatever you want on it.
Yeah, we've talked about that a couple of times. I actually brought up the website about that. That's what I was going to say too. Not only can you buy different stuff, but you can customize it yourself. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's something they've been offering for probably a better part of a decade.
And that's the kind of stuff that companies need to do to keep themselves fresh and to kind of keep people talking a little bit, because you forget about something like that and then you hear about somebody having one made or something like that, and all of a sudden it kicks up the dust a little bit and like, oh, that's really cool that you can do that. That's really neat. I should get one for our, we should get one for our grandpa, or we should get one for dad, and it's pretty cool for sure.
And kind of like we were talking about last week with like that weird blank space on the PSA daggers.
Absolutely. I totally
offer an engraving service, or do like what you're doing with the Yeet and the Space Force lowers. Simply say, oh, hey, either fill this out and we'll engrave, or we'll do a laser etch for you, or we're doing like a run of super ultra mega Yeet cannons.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think so too. And I mean, it gets people talking. It gives the company a little bit of revenue, not a ton of revenue, because you obviously can't charge a shitload for it, but it can give you some revenue, but it can get people talking. And then you go to the range and you see, a gun that has, some laser engraving in it, and it says like, congratulations on your retirement, Dad, or something like that. It gets people talking a little bit. Hey, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back. You guys go ahead.
Okay, let the asylum.
Well, yeah, look at like back in the day, or back in the 1800s, you could order something from Colt. You can get a plain Jane single action army, or you can get it factory engraved from them.
Right. Well, I was also at Henry and at Taylor's and Company. I mentioned this too. They both have their own version of the original Henry rifle, and I tell you what, they're both really nice. I think if I were to have to pick one though, I think I would go with the one that Taylor's and Company has, because it's actually more like what the actual original was, because you can get it with either the bronze or the brass receiver, which was an option on the original Henry either. And I tell you what, man, that bronze receiver one, that thing's got to weigh like 10 pounds. That is a heavy rifle.
Oh yeah, bronze is not light.
Yeah, that thing's got some weight to it.
Well, it definitely has to be. Really nice. It has to be bulky because it's not as strong, so they definitely have to overbuild it a little bit, Yeah,
you didn't get a chance to look at those, right?
No, I didn't catch it.
Yeah, both of them, both the original Henry and the Taylor's Company original Henry, they were both nice rifles, but I would have to give the edge slightly to the Taylor's Company.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't the stuff that Taylor imports, isn't it just like slightly higher? Like how is it? it was explained to me once that like all these different reproductions are made like either by Pedersoli or by what's the other one?
Umberte.
Uberte.
Yeah,
but
they bring it in. They bring them in, and they basically do like the Smith and Wesson
Performance Center.
Yeah,
yeah, because it's that's basically the way it was said to me was these two companies will like make them like make the base models, but then like different companies in that same little valley will like do all the fancying up basically.
Yeah, they bring them in and they import them into their shop in Winchester, Virginia, and then they do the fine tuning and whatnot. Polishing up all the internals and everything, make them really run really nice and smooth. They change the furniture to give the nice looking furniture and stuff like that. But they do really nice work. I mean, the triggers on those things were awesome on the rifles and the revolvers.
Yeah.
And they're available in multiple different calibers. They have a full conversion of like the 1858 new model Army, the Remington. They have one that's like a full conversion of it, like it would have been done back then. And then they have the 1875s, and then they have a whole line of the standard like 1860 Colt Army and the Navy, and then they have the conversion cylinders for them, but they don't do the full conversions themselves of those ones. I don't think. Well, they might, but they didn't have any there. I can remember. I'm trying to remember because I've looked at their website and catalog. They may do the conversions of the Colt now that I think about it, but I don't think they're done as well as what the Remington one is. The Remington, they do the whole conversion. But I think with the Colts, they just changed the cylinder out. But they're really nice guns when they're done with them. They also, and then they got the whole line of like the Peacemakers and the different lengths and finishes and whatnot. But, my favorite was that they had there was the 1875 Remington with the Keller case hardened frame.
Yeah.
With a really beautiful walnut grips on it with brass highlights.
Yeah.
It was really nice looking.
Case hardening it's really cool that's kind of. No, I'm not snoring. I was muted. I couldn't be snoring then if I was muted. Even if I was snoring, you wouldn't have known.
It's Night Strike. Everyone quiet.
I was muted.
Nope,
yeah.
Never mind. He muted himself. He woke up.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't me. She just texted. She just texted me. She said, "You're sleeping." I'm not sleeping. I was just standing up getting a drink.
I'm pretty sure I wasn't asleep. I remembered standing up, unplugging my headset, walking over to the fridge, opening it, getting a glass, walking away, and I'm still standing here with the glass in my hand. So either I fell asleep holding this, or I wasn't asleep.
I know I wasn't asleep because I was talking.
Yeah, I just said something about case hardening. I'm like, what the hell? Who's sleeping?
Yeah, case hardening done right is pretty beautiful.
It's really cool. It's another one of those things that to talk about things sort of. Yeah, there he took off.
Good night, Night Strike.
See you, buddy.
Thanks for coming on, bud.
It's another one of those things that it's really good to see it come back because had it not come back in the last, I've seen Midnight Stand sleep. In the past, I don't know, like 2 years or something, it's had a little pop there, in popularity and just sort of, whatever you want to say. But had that not happened, I really wouldn't know much about it because I've never really been into a lot of the old guns where you saw it. So until some of the newer 1911s came out with some case hardening, and I started looking into it, and why they, not just that they did it, but why they did it. It's a really not just visual, but structurally, it's an important procedure. You know.
Yeah, Henry had a case hardened big boy in 357.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
Cool.
I saw one. I didn't know what it was, but I did pass. I saw something that was case hardened. I wasn't sure what it was.
Yeah, I was actually looking at it.
Whoa, seven wonders.
Seven. That is not cool, dude. That is not cool. It was not 7. That was not cool when somebody made the same thing to Yankee, and we all know how we all feel about Yankee here. But to do it to Night Strike, I mean, seriously, come on, man. That is way more not cool.
Now, what are the odds that this week's rants and raves will have somebody in the comment section called Night Dyke?
Oh, there goes this show.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. So far, we've talked about the barbecue sauce. We've talked about trafficking in underage transsexuals. And now we're talking about someone who may or may not be gender dysphoria, whatever it is. So either we are going to get banned super hard, or we're going to get picked up by some weird ass far left SJW podcast.
Yeah. He says, "What did I do now?" What do you mean? What did you do now?
We're
Look at what you typed.
We're gonna get reported by the guy that called himself a lesbian queer, but then when Crowder pointed it out, he complained.
Night. Oh, he says, "Oh, damn, spell correct." I'm not sure that.
I'm not sure that works.
I'm not sure.
Now,
that
hold on.
If you try to type Night Strike, that it's gonna say Night Dyke as one word. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's how computers work. Unless you.
That's not how it works.
7, are you on a computer or are you on a phone? Because if you're on a phone, the only possible way it would have turned Night Strike into Night Dyke is if you would have been consistently typing Night Dyke for someone. So have you been talking about Night Strike behind his back without us knowing?
Or is he looking for some really specific weird porno? I mean, we know he likes Oriental or Asian chicks, so we don't know what kind of porno he might be into. He did live in Japan. That's all I got to say.
7, have you been looking at Rule 34 again?
No.
The hell's Rule 34? What the hell's that mean?
Remember, the guy lived in Japan.
It's a meme. Rule 34 states that if Midnight doesn't. Rule 34 is a meme rule, and it states that if it exists, that there is more than likely pornography of it.
Yeah.
So if there's maple bacon pancakes, there's probably porn of maple bacon pancakes.
Yeah. That's true. I can see that.
Here's the creepy thing.
Welcome to the internet.
Yeah, if you got your kids and you do like you have the filters turned off on your web browser and you look up Phineas and Ferb, make sure you cover your kids' eyes first until you find pictures.
Yeah, set Google to strict search.
Yeah, either way.
Or anything that says Sonic the Hedgehog, because that was a meme for a while ago. It's people draw like these crappy pencil or colored pencil drawings of, it's not Sonic the Hedgehog, it's Frank the Hedgehog, or it's Susie the Hedgehog.
Well, back when Phineas and Ferb was really big on Disney Channel and Disney XD when it was still on and first run, for a music website out, the one guy had his avatar set as Professor Doofenshmirtz. So I went to look for Phineas and Ferb to find one of Perry the Platypus. The first 20 picture results were Phineas and Ferb porn.
Welcome to the internet.
Yep.
So just as a reminder, folks, 99% of the emails that are sent are spam, and something like 95% of the internet is porn. This is why your internet bills are outrageous.
Yeah. Remember, E! Shorts got rid of their cartoon spy mascot because people were making online porn of her. That was their
Kim
stated
Possible?
reason. No, it wasn't Kim Possible. What the hell was it? Was something Shorance was the character.
Oh, Aaron E. Oh, I thought you said this. Oh, yeah. Aaron Esurance.
Yeah, Aaron Esurance. That's why they got rid of that. That's why they got rid of that mascot. Because people were making pornographic cartoons of her.
Remember when it was just catalogs that used to come in the mail? That's all you could get a hold
the
of.
Sears catalog or the JCPenney catalog.
That's all you could get a hold of.
Yeah.
Maybe if
you were lucky, a National Geographic. Incubator. Yeah, never Google Live. Or have filters set very strictly. You'd be the first.
I never knew this was an educational channel, says Move. Yeah, I had to, at the show today, one of the booths was where they do custom black powder rifles for muzzle loaders, and then they do custom centerfire rifles too. The guy didn't know what the difference between a sticker and a decal was. I had to explain to him what the difference was between a decal and a sticker was.
So now, like the custom muzzle loaders, are they like reproductions of like old muzzle loaders, or are they just like, oh, this is like an modern inline, but we're gonna make it real nice looking?
Yeah. The latter. It was, they had the ones where it's almost like where you hold action kind of rifle and stuff like that.
Yeah. Otherwise, like their custom centerfire rifles were just kind of like dolled up Remington 700s, or do they like actually like say true the action and make it all?
Yeah, they do that. They do they go the whole 9 yards on them. They're really nice rifles. I'm trying to remember what the name of the company was.
You know who else has some pretty? You know who was that was there that had some pretty sharp looking ARs was Black Rain Ordnance.
Yeah,
they've always done some really funky stuff.
Yeah, my wife wouldn't. Those caught my wife's eye. She wouldn't. Yeah, Amy definitely went and was looking at those.
And I took like 2 pictures of Black Rain Black Rain Ordnance rifles, and they weren't in my damn phone. So I don't know if I was taking pictures and wasn't paying attention and missed the button or whatever, thought I took pictures, or if they didn't save or something. I don't know. It was really weird.
Now, Midnight, you don't have like a string of like a dozen photos that are just of your face kind of looking confused, do they?
yeah, right. Like I had the camera backwards or something.
Yeah. I don't know. You could have flipped it to selfie mode and not noticed.
Yeah. Hey, you guys think P11 has one of these? And will he be jealous if he doesn't?
No, but I've got a couple of them.
You might have one, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. This was the last one they had when I stopped up the booth. Yesterday. Yeah. So they didn't have any today. So I was going to see if I could grab a couple more. This was the last one they had, and I grabbed it yesterday.
Speaking of that Black Rain Ordnance, I think they probably abandoned it, but a couple years ago at that place I go to every year for the open house, they were demonstrating a prototype of like their version of an AK-47. It was kind of clunky looking. It was almost like you took basically like a box tube and just kind of put it over most of the workings of it. I mean, it had kind of a charm of like, oh, hey, we need you to make like an assault rifle, but make it look like it was made in World War I, kind of a thing. I don't know.
George brings up catalogs. Man, I had a bag full of catalogs when I walked out of there today. I could have been walking through that place and just doing curls with it. That bag was heavy.
All the propaganda. Now, was it enough propaganda to stop a 50 AE?
It was 2-3 phone books thickness of catalogs and stuff.
Okay, we're using like known measurements, but we're using relative measurements. Are we talking like the thin little phone books they throw up on your step like once a year for free? Or are we talking like a Bay Area 4-inch thick job?
Yeah, I'm talking like the Pittsburgh yellow and white pages. If you put the two of them together, or like you said, Bay Area, New York City. They were talking thick phone books.
One of those things where like, oh, this weighs more than the school books I had when I went to college.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you want to put it in the War and Peace.
The abridged or the unabridged?
The unabridged.
Oh. It's got like the 0.4 font print on it, and it's made of the onion paper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A really, really thick book. The Oxford Unabridged Dictionary.
Midnight or Mia listens to Star Wars geek stuff. You have my attention.
Well, she was already listening to us geeking about whether or not the Death Star had Disneyland Death Star or not. So.
Do you think the Death Star was automatic or manual transmission? That's what I want to know.
It was semi-automatic. Well, here's the thing, though.
It didn't have transmission.
No, it had a hyperdrive and impulse engines.
Yeah, but they don't have transmissions.
You have to transfer the hypermatter reaction into the hyperdrive motivator in order to get it to work. And the reason I'm saying it was semi-automatic was I'm pretty sure there were systems where you had to like flip a switch and a lever, but they were all done by droids.
Well, yeah, it's all done by computer droid.
No droids.
Droid do it. No, it was computer. The hyperdrive computer on starships in the Death Star. The X-wing had the R2 droid, the astromech droid, because they didn't have an onboard hyperdrive computer.
Mm-hmm.
The R2 droid did that instead. So the Death Star would have been all computerized.
And yet they could not afford to put a safety railing by those ignition technicians there.
Mm-hmm. Or
I mean, granted, the railing around the bottomless cavern didn't save the Emperor, but
yeah. Or what about the force field generators? If you remember from the first movie, when Obi-Wan was sneaking, there were no guardrails there.
No, that wasn't a force field. That was a tractor beam generator.
Yeah, the tractor beam generator. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
but still, you would think that if those were the circuit breakers for the tractor beam, you might have guardrails there to protect your technicians when they got to go and reset the circuit breakers.
Well, no, because once again, if you can find a copy of the Essential Guide to Warfare, like some of the early cross-section books, the actual human, or let me put it this way, the organic complement of the Death Star was like only like a third compared to like all the different droids in that. So yeah, if it's one of those things where, we've got all these droids running this already, and we've got repulsor lifts, we really don't need rails along this little thing that all it has to do is just have a little droid buzz up to it and go like that and turn it back on and off. And actually, for even more knee-deep in geek for Ms. Mia there, if you look at the original non-special edition of that scene where Obi-Wan is messing around with the tractor beam controls, you can actually see it is worded in English. But if you get like the Blu-rays that are out now and you watch that scene, they've got it all digitally changed to Galactic Basic.
Yeah, probably. I wouldn't doubt that. I haven't seen any of the. I have it, I think, but I just haven't watched it.
I don't know. It's all on Disney Plus now, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. And
though oddly,
Mia wants to know if this conversation is real or if we're just doing like a comedy bit.
No, this is all. Well, part of it is me just being an attention-seeking asshole.
Yeah.
But the other way is actually, yes, this is geek. This is like we're past the knees. We're up to like mid-thigh. We're not quite groin deep, but we are like mid-thigh deep.
And it's all her fault
for saying that. Oh yes, while listening to Star Wars geek stuff, hot.
It's all your fault, Mia.
Well, She's saying hot, hot, hot. So apparently
Well,
she's liking it.
it's still her fault. She's the one who started this.
I mean, between this and my outro voice, I mean, she's just not going to be able to sleep tonight. Midnight's going to crawl into bed, and every 5 minutes she's going to be kicking him out of bed or something like that. Of I can't sleep.
Get out of here! You're not eight.
I wouldn't go that far, but you know, yeah, I'm not touching that with a 12-foot stick.
It's just that late at night, and who gives a shit?
Mm-hmm. This is the unwinding portion. You see, we've kind of whittled down and got people that are already falling asleep or didn't want to stay. So now we've got the real crazies.
I probably haven't had any real sleep since Wednesday.
Yeah.
So my brain is like partially fried as it is already.
Seven Wonders is a Star Trek guy. I was never a big Star Trek guy.
I'll behave, Mia. Don't get out the beady stick.
The beady stick? Whoa, that made it sound even worse.
Yeah, that's what it's a stick that you use for beating people. Therefore, it's a beady stick.
Mm-hmm. So you're talking about the beady stick, and freaking E Honda shows up. He's like, somebody say beady stick?
He said good times.
Yeah. He wants some of that beady stick not action going on here. That's what that is.
I don't know. I guess I didn't pop in. Maybe he was only one ranting and raving on the Gay Frog chat since Matt couldn't get in since he was doing like stuff and things with the missus.
George is hitting up the ASMR channels. That shit's so weird, man. Some of that stuff is so weird.
I'm going to get really close to the microphone and make all sorts of sounds with my mouth.
Yeah, Seven scrubbing the driveway with a toothbrush channel. That sounds more like a boot camp punishment channel.
Yeah, Seven, you might be a sadist.
Uh-huh.
Either that or you've got some sort of repressed angst against driveways or having to have had scrubbed a driveway at some point in time in your life and like, haha, now somebody else knows what it feels like to be the toothbrush driveway scrubbing bitch for the day.
Apparently, what's going on is so funny that even though Seven doesn't understand it, he's still laughing.
Well, I think he was also drinking or started drinking before the chat, so he may be unsober.
No, if you've never watched the show that he's been on, he just has a weird sense of humor. He laughs at everything. You tell him that he's going to get killed by zombies because he's going to stand there laughing the whole time, and he just starts breaking out laughing.
No, he's going to. No, it's not that he's going to get killed. It's that we're going to be all hiding from a horde. He's going to be off somewhere, and he's going to see something weird, like a zombie that either filled its pants or a zombie that's like dragging a clothesline with like boxers and stuff on him, and he's going to start laughing in that.
A zombie that filled its pants, and in what way is this zombie filling its pants? Like,
well, when you die, you
void your bowels.
You lose control over your bodily function,
right? But that's before you become a zombie. So after this person after the person has become a zombie, how is it? Yeah. Now that's even weirder, man. That's creeping me out.
Do you think that the zombie's going to change their clothes?
You think the zombie's going to wake up and go brains, but first clean underpants?
Yeah, right. Do you think zombies like brains? Oh, I shit myself. I don't see a zombie doing that.
Either that or it's going to be like World War Z where, they don't even, where it doesn't like process anything and their abdomen just keeps swelling up bigger and bigger. And Seven's just going to see someone with this huge rotting zombified meat-filled sack hanging off their front. And he's just going to go... I told him no. All we have to do is just find a find a vaguely Japanese-looking zombie in a schoolgirl outfit, and that'll just be the end of it for him.
That'll give us a totally different reaction. That's not even think about that. But if you remember when we did the zombie apocalypse bracket of who would survive, the reason why Seven got voted off is he would see the zombies and just start breaking out laughing. And Matt got voted off because he would stand there and just fanboy and try and get an autograph.
Huge margarita at dinner. That's if I did. Well, was it at least a good margarita, Mia? Or was it just a big margarita?
It looked good. It was a mango strawberry. Seven Wonders is furiously looking up zombie porn right now.
Without laughter, I got nothing other than a J-wife, a plant nursery, and cat research. See, I need to laugh at night. Well, now, first of all, you made choices, and probably at least 2 of those 3 things there, Seven.
Mhm.
They might have been poor choices. They might have been ill-informed choices. But you still made the choice.
And which of those 2 we don't know.
Okay. At least it was a decent margarita instead of just one of those things where, oh, well, it's big and it's, $2 more than the regular size one, and it's just big. It's not all that good.
Man, this damn cough.
Recall us.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what. I had one of the managers at work gave me a cough drop the other day. I think it was a Halls, and it was lemon mint. That was really good. That was a good.
That sounds
flavor.
weird.
Yeah, I
You sure it was lemon mint in it, just like menthol lemon?
No, it was lemon and mint.
These work well. The Halls Relief.
Yeah,
they're pretty good.
Oh no, wait. Yeah, lemon and mint. That's what the Ricolas are.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was a Ricola.
Was it like a square kind of cut at the roof of your mouth for the first little bit?
No, it was like a Halls. It was
okay.
Maybe I think it was a Halls actually.
Yeah, I'll say never get like, unless you're super stuffed up, never get the plain menthol Halls. Holy crap!
Yeah,
that burns.
Yeah, they're brutal. I remember having them.
You mean these ones? That's what these are. These ones don't burn. These are.
No, I'm talking not the soothers or anything like that. Like the full strength menthol ones. Yeah. I mean, those feel like I could put a lighter by my nose and breathe fire out.
That's what these are. They changed the packaging. The Halls Relief are the original Halls. They don't bother me. They don't cause burning or anything.
So, dude, I caught Corona Light and have been sick for a week. Now, this is what happens, Honda, when you don't eat the lime with it. You don't get the vitamin C. You end up getting the scurvy.
I mean,
I tell you, bro, that was a homemade lozenge.
Was it on the creamy side? No. No, it was. Honda's sick because he's probably been eating people's leftover limes and stuff from their drinks.
He's been eating those. He's been eating the leftover stormtroopers on
the forest moon of Endor.
Yeah.
Now, Honda, how many times do I have to tell you? 1, cannibalism is bad with the exception of extreme emergencies. And 2, if you're going to have Ewok meat, you have to kill it and butcher it yourself before it gets the necrotic parasites, and you got to cook it all the way through. You can't do this medium rare shit with Ewok meat. You've really got to cook it through. And don't eat the Ewok sausages you found at the Mos Eisley Spaceport.
They're not the type of sausage you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
He said that his favorite part of the Ewok is the calamari, and I can only imagine what the Ewok calamari actually is. I don't even really want to.
You sure he's not talking about the Mon calamari? In which case, you might want to stay away from any large capital ships.
Yeah. But if it actually is Ewok calamari, that might be the same thing as Rocky Mountain. And he is in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Tell them what you did. Tell them what you did with my CDB balm." Speaking of the men, yeah, that shit's like icy hot, man. It's got that mentholated.
Don't get it near your below
let
the
me tell
belt
you what.
regions.
Yeah, let me tell you what. Washing your hands twice with it ain't enough.
Is it something you need to wear gloves with, like when you're cutting up ghost peppers?
You really should. You really should if you can. Yeah, if you have them.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
that oily stuff, you want to use like lava or one of those mechanic the tub soap,
like
pumice,
Gojo or
pumice.
Simple Orange.
Yeah, something that's going to take oils off of you. Otherwise,
yeah,
simple soap and water ain't going to do it.
yeah, and yeah, it's the water. I mean, I just did it, and the water was warm. I should have definitely made the water hot for sure. But yeah, it was yeah, it took me a. It was the only thing that saved me. It was I forget what night of the week it was, but we were super busy that week. We had a real busy week, and I was like exhausted. I mean, there was just like one of those nights where I'm driving home and I'm like having a hard time keeping my eyes open. If I wouldn't have been so damn tired, it probably would have kept me up for hours. I wouldn't have been able to get to sleep.
Like, I'm on fire. It really hurts. Like, goddamn, I'm going to collapse.
I was so goddamn tired that I just was like, I think I passed out. Yeah. It wasn't really, really bad. Like I didn't get a whole lot because I did wash my hands, but no. Now I'm hungry. And that's what's the tough part is that each Ewok only has one calamari. So, I mean, that's tough, man. You got to eat a whole village, you know?
Well, wouldn't they have two?
Well, not necessarily so. I mean, Honda could just be one of those pricks that just, kills them just for the calamari, which is very ecologically irresponsible. I mean, there are places where an Ewok tenderloin, a good fresh Ewok tenderloin, can buy you a land speeder.
And by the way, it would be 2 calamari, 1 sausage.
No, it's only 1 calamari.
It's only 1. You need to go back and actually look at a appropriate anatomical diagram of Ewoks. They've only got 1.
You know what? I've never actually went and bothered to look for an anatomical diagram of an Ewok. I don't go that nerdy into it.
Well, look, here you are acting like you know the good.
No,
you are acting like you're extolling the virtues and knowing about the proper cuts of Ewok.
I was more asking. I was saying, no, wouldn't it be 1 sausage and 2 calamari? That's more of a question than a statement.
She's saying he doesn't realize what it sounds like. It was just on his hands and face. No, it wasn't on my hands and face.
It's one of those, okay, this really hurts, and you sit down, and all of a sudden, oh crap, I sat down, I got to take a leak.
Yeah, I put it on you, and then I went and washed my hands, and while I was in the bathroom, I took a leak. It was fucking hot. Like, I don't know what, it's not like I didn't,
So you revenged the nerds to yourself.
It wasn't, and like I say, I was really super lucky that I washed my hand. You know what I mean? I did wash my hands a couple of times. Yeah, but that shit is super wicked. I mean, it made when you use it, man, it makes your eyes water like crazy. At least the one that she had is really, the menthol in it is wicked stuff, man. It is super powerful. I mean, it just makes your eyes water when you're putting it on.
Whoa, George!
Tell you the truth. I'll tell you what.
Just had a stroke there.
George did.
Yeah.
Planet, something, moon, sun,
lava.
Lava.
It's Earth rotate. It's like Africa, North America, Asia. Erupting volcano, arrow, shooting star, regular star, half moon, quarter moon, waxy moon, gibbous moon, half moon, new moon, black face, yellow face, sun, partly cloudy, lightning bolt, rain, snow.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody catch what the first letter of each one of those was? I don't. Siri, can you translate Cortez into English?
All that bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Pink wants to know if that anatomy pic was on Pornhub.
I think it was in a Lucasfilms officially sanctioned book. I think it was Species or Edible Species of the Outer Rim.
Seven Wonders used the 5-minute rule on himself. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't count if you have to draw attention to it.
5-minute rule before you go busting yourself for the 5-minute rule.
Got lucky that time on what? On the Ewok anatomy, or us trying to decipher Cortezese? Or would it be Cortesish?
Siri. George is having a stroke. He'll be back. He'll be okay in a few minutes.
Yeah, that no bueno.
She dropped her phone. I was laughing so hard. I don't know if anybody saw.
No, Pink.
She didn't see George's. I figured it was from Star Horse. I bet that's gotta be out.
It is a
horrible.
real thing.
Yeah,
I know it's a real thing. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's fucking horrible too. It's
probably is.
So the last thing you want in a porno is story. Who gives a shit about story?
I was gonna say, I don't think anybody really pays attention to the acting.
Yeah.
Well, at least not the talking acting.
No, they're paying more attention to the action than the action.
Yeah, sometimes some of the CGI and all that, maybe the music, but no, the dialogue. If the prequels taught us anything, it's that dialogue is not necessary to make a shitty movie.
Well, he was talking more about the CBD and the wieners and that stuff.
So you're talking about Seven. Were you going to make a joke about Midnight having weeds on his wiener?
Mia, we're not talking about actual Star Wars. We were talking about the porno parody.
We were talking about the Star Wars that Mommy and Daddy rent when the kids are away at camp.
When I watch porn, I want plot. Never mind. Why is that?
How is it that man got a snake bite on his pee-pee? And what?
Why is that guy running after that girl wearing a rubber wolf mask?
What movie is that where, oh man, this is from a while back, but they were going to pick up a hitchhiker or something, and it was the dude in the passenger seat, there was like two people in the car. One of them says like, "Hey man, you can't do this. This is how serial killer movies or murder movies or horror movies start." And the other one's like, "Yeah, but this is also how some pornos start." And they're like, "All right, let's go for it."
That him and Kamar go to White Castle when they picked up what's his face?
Is that what it was from? I thought it was older than that, to tell you the
I don't
truth.
remember if it is or not, because they picked up what's his face when he was hitchhiking. Neil Patrick Harris.
I don't know. It might have been.
Good morning, Black Cat.
E Honda said, "All I hear is you guys rubbing CBD on Ewok's calamari." Not quite. You're combining stories. Let's get
really.
How unsober are you? In other words, how much salad have you had today?
Midnight's a little too big to be an Ewok, and he was the only one rubbing it on anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't really rubbing; it was more like touching.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that shit.
Mm-hmm. Especially with the touching.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The icy hot, fiery, cold burn, frosty burn.
Apply directly to the head. Apply directly to the forehead. Apply directly to the forehead.
Is that what it was? Detroit Rock City?
Was it? I don't know. Could be. He said Detroit
Rock
City.
I've seen
that. That seems like about long enough ago that it would have made sense. Yeah.
Been that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, yeah, they're saying that was the movie.
Hey, Net Flutter.
Got Net Flutter. We got Black Cat.
Yeah.
Things that make you go, huh?
Got to keep that CBD oil. Got to keep that CBD stuff in the drawer by the the nightstand, just in case you want to spice things up a little bit.
No.
Yeah, that's
Because I would think that for as unpleasant as it was for you, it might be as unpleasant for your significant other.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
That's a little bit more. That's a little bit more tender tissue.
Mm-hmm.
If only he could put it where I tell him.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ain't that the truth? Boy, just telling my life story there. How about it?
Remember my dad taking the fam to the drive-in to see Flash Gordon. Except when the movie came on, it was Flesh Gordon. My brother and I didn't get to see the rest of the movie. Wait. So they were showing stag films on a large screen and a drive-in.
Yeah, that was a thing. They were
okay.
Drive-ins.
Jeez.
I mean, okay. Well, at least in there you got the privacy of your own vehicle. It's not as kind of like creepy as sitting next to Ruben and him going, Nurse Nancy, Nurse Nancy.
Pfeiffer, yeah, that Icy Hot's gnarly stuff, man. That's what her CBD's like. It's super wicked.
It's got to be that menthol that's in there
for sure.
Does it.
Oh yeah, and I've never. But the thing is, I remember using Icy Hot as a kid when I was young and Detroit Rock City. I played football and baseball and stuff like that. Use it on your muscles or whatnot. And but I don't ever remember it being like this stuff where you wash your hands a couple times and it was still there. This stuff was super wicked, man. She says Icy Hot times 100. There you go.
The thing that happened when my mom rented my little brother a movie from Blockbuster when we were little. There's something you can't do anymore.
Yeah, right.
Switch or not rent or switch around the movies at Blockbuster. Just put them in the wrong case and just have the pimply 14-year-old. They just scan them back in, and person who rents I don't know, enter generic family fun sounding kid movie here, and put a inappropriate movie. Blah blah blah. Oh, what was it? I was watching a movie review on. It was there are two movies that came out at the same time with Jack Frost.
Yeah, one was a horror movie and one was a kids movie starring Michael.
Yeah,
one was a killer snowman and the other one was a snowman. That was the boy's
secret one. Once when I 7, that's a special kind of stupid, and probably explains a lot. Nair on my sack, never again.
Alrighty again.
Okay, we didn't realize that you were in the swim club.
Jesus, don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
Switching movies. Star Wars with Spaceballs.
Did you get burned? She said, "Did you get burns?" Yeah, sideburns because he missed a couple spots, and I had sideburns down.
It was kind of like an inverse mohawk.
Yeah.
So what was this about? Star Balls and Space Wars?
No. You switch Spaceballs and Star Wars, and the Spaceballs name still works.
Spaceballs.
Next time, try pineapple juice.
Yeah, it'll keep it nice and supple without the burning. Slicing peppers while you need to pee, then running to the bathroom as soon as you're done is a mistake. Yeah, I would set the knife. I would set the knife down before needing to relieve myself.
Yeah, that might not be the smartest idea to try doing that with the knife in your hand.
Yeah. I'll watch Game of Bones. It was riveting. You sure now Kinky was I want your opinion on the acting on that. Would you? Because when I saw it, I felt the acting was a little stiff.
I don't think that was the acting you were watching.
Uh-oh. We said stiff, and Black Cat jumped in. Nope.
Yep.
He's been here.
Yep. He took off.
Maybe it wasn't maybe stiff wasn't the magic word. Nope.
There he is
He's back. It was definitely stiff.
in a different color. He's gone. Been nice knowing you. Thanks for coming.
In and out, in and out.
And then he's a different color again too. Every time he comes back, and he's gonna be pink. He's gonna be pink the next time. Watch. Let's see. Oh,
Nope,
he's
blue.
And goodbye.
Nope. Are you kicking him out?
No, I'm not touching. I'm not even touching the mouse.
How about the keyboard?
That's what she said. Now, not even touching the mouse. I'm there for story kinky. Oh, for the Game of Bones, sure.
Yeah,
if you actually if you watch porn for the story, you're a special kind of boring. Unless you're no worky. You're coming in. You came in 4 times and then got dumped out.
Hey, from what I've heard, because I've never actually watched it, let's be honest, Game of Thrones was bordering on soft porn at times.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of sex scenes, yeah.
HBO and like all the HBO and Showtime shows, since they're premium channels, have always leaned towards, okay, well, we got this great story, but we're going to throw some tits in it as well, just because we can.
The Witcher does too. If you haven't seen that on Netflix.
I mean, damn, man, even Band of Brothers had like 30 seconds of screwing on it. What's the night we met? We're BF. I don't know, Black Cat. Try restarting whatever your device you're trying to use is. Keep saying call already in progress. I don't know. Well, Night Strike left after we talked about. I forget what the heck we were talking about. We were already like well down below the septic tank at that point.
Yeah.
We should
talk about the Great American Outdoor Show and just gone downhill from there.
Well, everything was kind of linked because we started talking about the show, then we started talking about barbecue sauce, then somehow that got talking about Canadians, and then after Canadians, now he's brown.
And goodbye.
Now he's gone.
What the hell was it? And then Canadians, and talking about that crazy up in Canada getting arrested for assaulting and then being a pedo, and then talking about George brought up a possible underage worker at a strip club he was at in Mexico. And then that kind of from there, it just kind of really started getting weird.
That's the only thing I remember from that chat other than Gizzard Gary being named. I don't know what.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You mean in here in my chat?
She woke up in Canada.
Kinky met in the one chat.
Oh, that was the first. Oh, was that the first time she met him? I don't know, man. That's weird. I don't know why it won't let you.
I don't know. Maybe send him another link.
Yeah, I could try.
Either that, Black Cat. If you just like copy the text of the.
Oh yeah, put it in Safari or something. Try that.
Yeah, just like copy the.
Clicking.
Yeah.
Cinemax would go softcore porn after 9. It was hard to switch it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That or the scrambled porn.
I was going to say when your kid's trying to watch the porn through
the bonus is when you're a kid, you only need about 5 seconds of it, and you're good. And so
playing with the tuning knob to try and get it to clear up a little bit.
Yeah.
The tuning knob or your tuning knob?
No, the tuning knob on the try and clear the picture up. The best part is when I went in the Army, where we were the Air Force base that we stayed at for when we went to go to the MEP Center. they had the cable hookup in the rooms that you were staying in. And one of the channels that they had was actually one of the porno channels, and it was unscrambled.
Call it Skinamax.
Skinamax.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 p.m. to like midnight or something like that.
Yeah.
What they changed it to.
Cinemax After Dark. Or Cinemax After Dark. But yeah, then every Thursday night HBO had like real sex on.
Oh, I remember that show. I remember seeing it not when it was on, but years later.
That disconnected them even quicker.
Yeah, that was quick.
That's what she said.
There was some really interesting stuff on there too. Like they would do some like really cool, basically like little mini documentaries and stuff.
They HBO back in the early 2000s they did a documentary on the porn industry. It was called Going Down in the Valley. That was really interesting. They talked about what they had to do when they would go to auditions and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of guys that do gay porn aren't actually gay. They get paid more money to do gay porn than they do straight porn. So a lot of guys will go and do.
Hold on a second. Back that up. If you're doing gay porn, you're a little bit gay.
They're doing it for the money.
I don't give a shit.
No, you gotta hear this. If you're doing this like blew my mind when they said this. If you're a guy and you're doing straight porn, you might get $50,000 for a movie, whereas the women might get like $200,000. If you're a guy and you're doing gay porn, you're making $250,000 to $500,000 per movie.
Okay, hold on a second. If you do gay porn,
I know what you're saying.
Just wait. If you do gay porn for the money, and you're not gay, that means if you murder somebody for money, you're not a murderer?
No, because you still do gay porn while being bi-curious or bisexual. You don't have to be, I just like doing it with other men. It's, okay, I'll do it with either. Otherwise, what used to be called being a whore, because you'll do it with anything or anyone.
Yeah, but there's a funny punchline to this, okay? Because they're talking about the straight guys to do the gay porn, they have to take Viagra before doing the scene, and then they go on and talk about some other stuff, and then the one gay director comes on and is like, "You just fucked the hell out of that guy. Don't tell me you're not gay, you son of a bitch."
It's like, no, I just have a really good imagination. You see why I'm not looking at them when we're doing this? That's what's making it easier.
That was freaking hilarious when that gay director came on and said that. I about lost it. It was freaking hilarious.
You son of a bitch, you. Yeah.
7, I don't think your wife would be too happy to hear you say that. I mean, especially since you're flaunting around when so happy that she's from Japan.
Talking about Jenna Jameson. I saw a picture of Jenna Jameson. I forget where I saw it. I don't know if it popped up on. If it was like I think it popped up on. You go like we always go through these articles and stuff, and you'll get all these pop-ups, and it's like, oh, what do they look like now, or something like that. And her picture was the one that was the main picture or whatever there. And she looks super different now. She's had so much stuff done. Her face looks so much different. And honestly, I don't know that I would, if it didn't have her name there, I don't think I would have recognized her. Which is a shame. She was really just attractive woman. She was really pretty. But yeah, she's just so different now.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's like that bit in Escape from LA with all the zombified bandaged people kidnapping other people to take their parts off and use them to stay beautiful kind of thing, where it just was like plastic surgery that just didn't go well kind of thing, or
I
she
can't.
just
I'm
had
not
like so
gonna.
much done that she doesn't look like herself.
Yeah, she just. I'm not. I don't know. It was a while ago. I can't remember if it looked really good or not. She just looked different, you know.
Yeah.
Like not Joan Rivers bad.
No, not
Right.
like that.
Yeah. No, not like that. But just different. Like she just looked like a different person, you know.
Yeah, you guys remember when on HBO when they show the things where they would have the commercials from different countries, and they would have like orange juice commercials where the girls walking around with totally naked and shit in the kitchen.
Oh yeah.
My wife and I, we used to watch those.
Yeah, they have that on Euro Trip.
Because some of those European commercials were funny as hell.
Yeah, they're like the band on the band commercials or whatever.
The commercials were banned in this.
Or banned in the U.S. Yeah, that's the
right.
Yeah, that's because we're kind of, I don't want to say backwards, but opposite of what like most of the European things are like. Here, oh yeah, you can show like violence and other stuff. That's fine, but oh my god, we could see her side boob. Oh, think of the children. We're over there. It's like, oh, we saw the side boob. That's lame. Can't we see like the front of it? But oh, you slap that person, and not in a comedic way. That's her rump, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's like Miami Vice was only allowed to be shown late at night over there. Monty Python's Flying Circus, which over there they would have nudity in the show and stuff, was shown during the day. Crazy.
I wonder if they still do. They don't still do like real sex or a show like that, do they?
No, I don't
think everything. Well, just think of it this way: with the proliferation of the internet and the contents thereof.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not very. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that show was shocking, but kind of it was. I mean, you remember seeing things. You know, it was like. Damn, sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, cats, you bet.
But
Seven, who are you talking to?
I have no idea who he's talking to.
Cats.
Because he can't get in, and like I said, that's Caddis, and he's like, yeah, that's Caddis.
Ended in 2000, I think.
Yeah, I guess the stuff that they would show now, it's just like no big deal for people. They probably wouldn't be interested in most of it, you know.
Well, I would think that would cause it to expand its programming block then.
Yeah,
HBO be like, oh,
I know.
Go ahead.
HBO was still showing the reruns after 2000. I know that.
Yeah,
probably. Then they had the documentary about the Bunny Ranch in Nevada.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And they had that one about the porn industry. And then there was another one they had about a strip club somewhere. But they were all interesting.
He just died. That guy from the Bunny Ranch just died a couple years ago, didn't he? Sort of recently.
I
think I heard that.
Well, now if it ended in 2000 and it ran, let's say it ran for like 5 years or so.
It ran longer than that.
I'm just generalizing. I could say you could take some of those later shows and put them on now because now the hipsters would be interested into it because it's all old and unironically and they thought blah 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 was risque at the time. Oh, blah 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 blah. Bunny Ranch. Didn't that have a different name at one time? The Bunny Ranch, wasn't it like Moon, like the Moon Brothel or something like that?
Well, there's a couple of different. I think there's two different Bunny Ranches too. There's one that's the original, and then there's another one that has a different name, but it's also called the something Bunny Ranch, I think. I don't know. Then there's a Chicken Ranch, I think too. I think there's a Chicken Ranch actually.
Yeah, I think real sex
wasn't like the Crazy Horse or something like that.
Oh, maybe that. I don't know.
Or the Wild Horse.
I don't know.
I don't know, but as far as real sex is concerned, that was on when I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
They had television back in the 50s?
No, that was late in the early 90s. That was on.
It was on right after the Honeymooners when he was a kid.
No, I would be staying over there at my friend's house, and he'd be like, come on, let's go sneak downstairs. Real sex is coming on. Seriously?
He stayed in for 3 seconds that time.
think that might have been a record for him. 3 seconds.
Brown chicken, brown cow. Yeah. That's what I know when I'm in for at least 3 seconds. I get a high
Had a
five.
doc where they talked and followed hookers in the city doing tricks.
Oh yeah. That was in Atlantic City. They did that in Atlantic City.
Yeah. Then they had Taxi Cab Confessions.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing like one episode about, because wasn't that where they just had like a camera just pointing back towards the guy in the and just like bullshit back and forth kind of.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember. I caught like one episode or one like blurb of it of a guy talking about, oh yeah, my old man used to work in the train yard all his life, and he started talking about how the worst possible way to die in a train yard is if you get run over by or get pinned underneath one of those cars. Talking about how, oh yeah, it's not that it'll kill you right away, but the second they take that off, they can have everything all ready for you to go. You could be right across the street from the hospital and you're still going to die the second they take that train or that car off you.
Just bleed out.
Yeah.
That happens with people in cars too. Sometimes people get hit by a car and pinned up against something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think the freakiest episode of Taxi Cab Confessions I saw was one where they had this tranny get in the cab, and they're talking about how they did the operation on them and shit. Because the tranny went full on and had
the split and tuck.
Yeah, and how they've had sex with guys and they couldn't tell the difference, and they didn't even know that they were a guy. I'm looking at this person, I'm like, yeah, dude, you can tell you're not a natural born woman, you know.
Nice try, Black Cat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going on.
I know my response to that was, so how much alcohol was involved with your partner at the time then?
Yeah, what kind of beer goggles were they wearing?
Oh, snap. Oh, snap what, Mia?
I remember that the only reason I remember that, talking about that documentary of the hookers in Atlantic City, was because the one woman, her claim to fame was that she took her teeth out.
Ooh.
That was her thing. And I think that was just burned into my brain. It was horrifying to think about.
Now she was like of a middle age, wasn't like, oh, it's granny.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember how old she was, but I don't know. I don't remember anything about it. I just remember that being her thing. And how she's like, yeah, the guys love it. It's the best. And I'm like, oh.
No, it's a way for you being lazy to where you don't have to actually pay attention to making sure you're not dragging. Just being lazy. So Vandalistica vlogs out there saying was on a Christian dating app yesterday. A lot of trans individuals.
Well, there you go. I wouldn't have thought that, but okay.
Okay, so probably a very stupid, very bigoted, or misogynistic thought just popped into my head while reading that.
Well,
So
all those Christian dating ones, even though it's against their religion, for the trannies and the homosexuals and stuff, governments have forced them to allow them to use the apps.
Well, no,
I'm not. So Midnight said he's surprised. I'm not, because of that reason. I'm not the least surprised that there would be.
Nikki Tutorials on YouTube, is that the guy that transitioned to a girl and just came out? It just came out on her channel, or like a week or two ago? I saw something about it. I don't know anything about it other than that. She was just in the news. Her fiance didn't know she was trans. Oh, I didn't hear that. I didn't know about that. She's like 6'5".
Yeah,
Bill Brasky transition.
Yeah.
But as far as the dating apps are concerned, eHarmony and Christian Mingle were forced to accept homosexual members of the alphabet community, if you will.
Just remember, Vandalistica, you're never lonely cousinsonly.com.
You sound a little overly sure on that there, bud.
That's what I hear. That's the word on the street.
Whose street?
The back street. I don't know.
The Backstreet Boys told you this?
That's what I hear. Yeah. There's a whole song
Were
about
they,
it back in
were
the
they
day.
in your back street when they told you?
Back streets back. Meow.
Meow.
That's why. Meow.
You've been hanging around Seven Wonders too long. You're ending it with that little nya,
Yeah.
that little nya cat sound.
The little cat's on meow.
Still not working on my phone for some reason.
Vandalistica said unsubbed.
Black Cat, what browser are you using? Your regular browser, or is it trying to open it in a different thing? So, VB sounds like freshman year of Christmas college when I transferred to. I don't know. My thought on there being a overabundance of transitioning people on the Christian ones was, I don't know, are some of them seeing it as a workaround? Is, oh, I can't be gay, but if I'm trans if I'm transitioning to woman, then it's perfectly acceptable for me to like other men. No. And
well, there's a hell of a statement.
Sober. Yeah,
there's a hell of a statement from from the wife there.
I get kinky. Okay, that's nice to know. It's good. It's good that you have a healthy activity, or a way to enter into a healthy activity, and as long as you're not hurting someone else without their consent,
that's right. Without consent,
more power to you.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're that one gal from, who was it? That one comedian who tried getting lucky with the gal, and she just wasn't into it, and then the next day she said, "Well, what happened to you last night?" I said, "Well, you weren't into it." He says, "Well, I just like it when men just take me and just do what they want, even if I resist." It's like, I'm not going to know that unless you tell me. I'm not just going to be doing this and then all of a sudden just wind up with a donkey punch and goes, "Oh, gee, I hope she likes this."
She says, "I get what Kinky is saying." Kinky says some pretty bad stuff. I don't know if you're
I was going to say that
that's not making it sound any better.
The whole "she gets kinky" comment was bringing new meaning maybe to that whole CBD bomb where one's supposed to become story. Maybe it wasn't so much an accident, but
I think
maybe it was accidentally on purpose.
Yeah, definitely on purpose. But she clarified later. So.
We're getting a little freezing rain outside here. I can hear it tapping on the window. Fire. I
am the king.
Don't make me kick your ass, please.
Are you threatening me? I am the great Cornholio.
He drives a Subaru for street cred. There you go.
But Black Cat, you're not in the Pacific Northwest, so kind of don't really have that lesbian cred, even with the Subaru. Yeah, typo. I meant to say him. Her a lesbian. George, just make it simpler and just type it. Screw it. We're done with gender defining pronouns. From now on, everything is an it.
Well, even then, there's a new gender that identifies as it's. So if you call something else an it, you are then still misgendering them. It's no, I'm serious. This is just on.
I know.
So IT apostrophe X, or is it an XIS?
What the hell, man? You can't even call something an it because, or a they. No, you can't call them they either because a group of its is they, so a group of something else can't be they anymore.
What do you mean they?
Well, no, Vandaliska said they.
No, I know that. Just
No, okay.
yeah, just doing a bit.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know if you saw that, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You don't even know what. Even if you were one of those people that would use a specific person's pronouns, you don't even know what the hell their fucking pronouns are anymore to do it.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, if this is Chris from marketing, and Chris refers to be referred to as a shiz, then fine. But if it's some random asshole on the street, then like, no, I'm not going to get overly offended if you say, "Excuse me, sir," instead of going, "Hey, ape." Yeah, I'm not going to get offended that you used a pronoun instead of a proper noun because I don't know your ass or you don't know my ass.
Yeah, it's like that video that Kingpin shared a couple weeks ago with that black tranny in the shoe store, where calls itself a man at the beginning of the video and then gets offended at the end of the video because the worker calls it sir. It's like, dude, you just said you're a guy, you know? Oh my lord.
Black Cat, I think the problem is that you have too magnificent of a beard. You need to have like just a little bit of like patch underneath just like right underneath your nose, and it needs to be kind of that off-white color. Maybe a little bit around where you're down below your mouth there, just that little bit, and then you might be able to complete the look of being identified as a lesbian. At least the butch. Black Cat Outdoors is super kinky, like a mix between me and Seven Wonders. What?
I don't know.
Yeah. Now, Vandalistica, you're not. To get back to your dating app thing, you're not doomed. You have an entire continent to pick from. And if you get really, really desperate, you could go over and trying to remember, is Kiwi the derogatory name for New Zealand, or is that Australia? I forget which.
Kiwi
New Zealand.
New Zealand. Yeah. Bah.
You also got to keep in mind that Australia is the smallest continent.
True, but it is a continent.
Only by technicality. It's really just a big island.
Well, technically, so is most of the Americas. We're just one really big ass island.
Yeah, but
everything's an island.
Yeah, but Australia is more so because it's not connected to any other continents.
It's not a continent. It's is that what they taught you in school? It's no longer.
No, it's just
no longer it's no longer North America, South America, Antarctica, Europe, Asia.
Well, here's the thing: Australia. Australia is not just a continent by itself anymore.
Yeah, it's like now Oceania, isn't it?
Yeah, something whatever. Yeah, which is supposed to be like Pacific Islands or some bullshit. It's like what the. I was like, when did this become a thing?
Remember 7 continents: North America, South America, Europe, Asia.
Mm-hmm. Africa.
Oh yeah, Africa. I forgot Africa. Damn white, stupid racist man! You forgot Africa.
How dare you?
How dare you? Australia is bigger than the continental U.S., though. Technically, it's Eurasia. Screw you. It's Europe and Asia. Mm-hmm. Fuck Russia for not being able to decide which one they're part of.
Whoa. It's big talk.
Yes.
So watch your mouth.
It's kind of hard to do. I got this like big bushy mustache in the way.
Mm. Oh, mustache. You said. Oh.
No, I forgot. I said Antarctica the first time. Because Antarctica is a cool place. Eurasia. Let's be good. See, no man is an island. Or, Vandalistica, you could just immigrate to the U.S. I mean, how hard could it be?
That depends on if you want to do it legally or illegally.
Once again, I stated how hard could it be. Whatever.
Specified, which depends on if you want to do it legally or illegally.
Australia's side and suckiness are directly related. I don't know. Isn't it kind of like you only got like cities around the edge, and then the rest of it's just like desolate wasteland? I've always wanted Asian babies. Just saying. Camia. Antarctica probably for actual land, like regular rock and dirt, is probably the smallest. But with all the ice on it, it's
Antarctica is actually bigger than Australia. They've got radars and see through the ice. Antarctica is bigger.
Antarctica is a lie, bunch of round earth shells. Now, Black Cat, answer me this: if the Earth is flat, would it not be a disc? And are not discs round because they are circular?
Uh-huh.
So, ha! I made a point to a random truck driver.
Yeah.
That's because it's a dusty furnace on the inside of the country. Yeah. There you go. You need to move out into the middle of nowhere, and that way, when you get your app out and do the near me, you'll be the only man in for however many hundreds of kilomicrons or whatever that weird metric measurement you use for measuring distance is. You know, wifey had well, you know, you could adopt. I'm pretty sure once the Wuhan flu gets done, there's probably a fair amount of children that the China might be wanting to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
They are bought and paid for by the big sphere industry. Who is bought and paid for? Antarctica is in the memory and the blood.
Oh my god!
No.
Those guys.
George, we did not come out of Antarctica. We came out of what used to actually be rather arboreal, not arboreal, slightly warmer, forested area of what is now the Sahara Desert in Africa. So it used to be all trees and grassland, but then we burned it all to the ground and it turned to desert. Disk doesn't equal globe. You don't have to be globe-tard. It's flat and stationary. Black Cat, you said it was that the Earth being round.
Yeah,
Calling it round Earth. A disc is still round. I can take a CD, put it on edge, and it will roll. Therefore, it is round.
And it's not stationary.
Round. Not spherical. I never said spherical. I said it was round.
And it's not stationary, man. It's on the backs of 4 elephants, which are on the back of a giant turtle, which moves around the universe.
That's true.
Nerd.
Hey,
what are you doing? What are you doing bringing that Discworld Nerdist stuff in here?
See, somebody finally got the reference. I've only been saying that forever whenever one of these damn flat Earth things comes up, and nobody ever gets the reference.
Nobody gets the Discworld series.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, you can thank YouTuber Pushing Up Roses for me knowing that.
I have a few Discworld novels somewhere.
No, this was like on the review because she does a lot of the like the Sierra and Lucas are adventure point and click games.
Yeah, I'm just saying I got a few of the Discworld novels that I've read.
Fantasy blogs. I need to move to Tulsa. Yes, you do.
They actually made some movies too. There's a couple of Discworld movies that were made.
When are in the States anyway. So wait, Vandalistic is you can't set it to like your location, or is it since it's a US based app, they're only going to be showing stuff that it's in the US? Because yes, I will agree, living in rural areas and using dating apps, it's you're 5 hours away. You're 6 hours away. You're 2 hours away. You haven't logged on since 2019. Yeah. Metal what? Secular Christian metal. Muslim metal core. No. keep trying to get my bro to go on Christian Mingle.
Are you trying to hook them up together or what?
Are you trying to get your brother hooked up with Vandal? That's pretty presumptuous on your part as far as Vandal's concerned.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think that's.
I mean, if Vandal, if you big sphere industry, no, I'm bought and paid for by Big Aerospace. There's a difference.
Damn it, I'm bought and paid by Big Discworld. Shut up, guy. Comment.
Now, look, I'm not saying Vandal leans that way, but if he does, he's wanting to move to Tulsa. We all know a certain gentleman in Tulsa who might be looking for a significant other. Just saying. I said might be. He could do worse. I mean, as long as you're okay giving blood sacrifices to the god Crom, I think you should be okay. I mean, yeah. Worshipping Crom is part of Christianity, right? They're definitely too hairy for each other.
I don't think that's a pretty big assumption. You might be assuming something there. I don't know. Yeah. She says who? P226 nut.
No, he shaved. He actually has that kind of boyish look back again. He had like the kind of the scruffy look back when I was in Tulsa.
He's a big dude. He's like 6'5".
And 300 and some. Yeah, he's a big old son of a bitch.
Yeah, he's taller than I am.
And he makes knives for a living, so he is definitely not the kind of guy you want to fuck with in a bad way. I've seen their faces. All I need to see. Wait, Mia's brother is Roro? No. I'm assuming not. I don't know. Could gun channels be more interrelated than we'd originally thought? Find out. Story of 11.
Yeah, right.
Maybe that's why G killed it. He found out what was going on behind the scenes.
I honestly can't really see G doing that unless it was something that's going to bring like unwanted legal heat or
disgrace
shit on his.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He thought that was going to be on the scenes. He killed it before somebody else did.
Yeah.
Mia, go on. If you look at pretty much any of Never Enough Ammo's, Mr. Matt's, like
Klein Knives.
Yeah, Klein Knives on Instagram.
It's he has his avatar says Klein Knives. That's who he is on Instagram. Yeah. And if he goes into the chat, it's P226 nut, but everybody calls him Roro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Vandal, I started talking about Roland because Mia made a comment that she was trying to get her brother, who I am assuming is not Roland of Klein Knives, on Christian Mingle since you were on Christian Mingle, to which I then extrapolated that you were a guy looking for a guy, but since you were already looking to move to Tulsa, Roland of Klein Knives is in Tulsa.
That's where he lives.
And he is a male who likes males and women. So I figured that if you were already a male seeking a male wanting to move to Tulsa, talking to Roland of Klein Knives might save you time. There. No, it's an exceptionally poor joke if I have to get out a diagram and use it.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Mia, just look on, just watch some of Never Enough Ammo's like Monday Night Geek stuff. He does every once in a while.
He very rarely. Honestly, you'd probably be better off going back. It'd probably be easier to find if you went back to the Tulsa show where Matt and them all went out there.
Right. I'm gonna. Oh, come on, Vandal. We're trying to help out a fellow gun channels.
Yeah.
Because
just broaden your horizons, man. We're trying to get you to the country.
Look, Vandal, we're trying to get you as a trophy wife or as a green card wife to get your citizenship here.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Yeah. Or husband. I'm trying not to assume.
We're not gonna They
We're
were
not
the
gonna judge.
whole
We're
body
not gonna
at
do
this
that.
point.
Because remember, Vandal, gun channels, much like Mandalorians, it's not a place, it's a people.
Mm. And just think, you probably don't even have to have sex with them much.
Well, once to consummate the marriage, you would think at least.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
No, you don't have to do
that's-
that.
I mean, hell, if Johan Omar can get away with it for, how long? She married her own brother, and only now they're starting to crack down on it.
It took forever. They talked
Yeah.
about that forever before they finally really.
Mm-hmm.
Married her own brother, committed immigration fraud, tax fraud, education fraud. If there's a type of fraud, that goddamn bitch has committed it.
And I mean, oh yeah, Asgard. Sorry, Vandal.
Pfeiffer, yeah, P226 nut's still what he uses on YouTube.
Yeah,
Is
because
it? I saw it last week. He was on one and he commented in there. That's the first time. He doesn't comment very often, but I saw it. I mean, maybe he has 2 channels. I don't know.
well, no, because like on Instagram, I think he had P226 nut, but then he decided that all I want to really do on this is just post dank memes. So I'm just going to change this to something else where he got into. Oh, I think he was started getting into what he's doing now of forging his own knives, and then he got into a competition on Instagram of, hey, vote for me or whatever for the coolest knife ever or whatever. So, and then I think he might have changed it.
Vandalistica says, I'm no home wrecker, but I heard you're a hoe wrecker, brown chicken, brown cow.
I know.
Holy
Money for citizenship.
Money for nothing and your sex for free.
I want my green card now.
My green card, please.
He's got 2 other accounts on IG. Yeah.
Yeah, I just follow him on the Klein Knives one.
Well, I think because that was like his P226 nut. Tag, and then he changed it to Klein Knives. Holy crap! Still going like mold in a damp, dark place. No, that'd be like fungus. Because mold just kind of like sits there. I only wreck on COD. Now, I mean, who wouldn't pay a person to wreck them and then pay them before they do? I mean, it's always wise to pay cash upon delivery. Roland, is he a nice guy? Define nice.
I mean, he's not like a serial killer.
Is she now trying to set her brother up with Roland?
I don't know.
I mean, he's also, I don't know, he's very opinionated, and well, at least on the last Star Wars, because apparently it ruined, or the last Star Wars stuff has ruined the entire series for him, with the exception of Mandalorian.
Not a douche. He could be a douche, but so can anybody.
But
so can anybody else.
It all depends on how 420 friendly you are, because half the time when he's on Matt's chat, he's either high as a kite or getting there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I only said hi to him in Tulsa, shook his hand, and looked at some of the stuff he had on his table for sale, but that was before he got into doing knives.
Seven, thank God our views are not yours. We'd all be on the 5 minute.
Opinions of the panel do not reflect the views and opinions of the text chat or Seven Wonders. As a matter of fact, they are fully and solely the ideas, responsibilities, and thoughts, feelings, and deepest, darkest desires of Seven Wonders. So please remember to send all hate mail to shootingleftofcenter@gmail.com. attention customer service heading transsexual dating, comma. My gun identifies as a boomer, so are alcoholic.
Toledo boomers.
Alrighty.
Mm-hmm. Where did that come from? No, Ape, I don't know what COD is. Oh, no, Roland's... Oh, yeah, Roland also gets on the Strudel Nights and the not broadcasted Strudel Nights to play the new Call of Duty or Modern Warfare or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Vandal, I thought you meant cash upon delivery.
Call of Booty. That's probably another porno. That's probably true.
Yeah,
And that's probably a mod pack for the PC version.
Oh hell, they had porn mods for Duke Nukem.
Ape said his favorite porn is Call of Duty, but it's Doodie.
No, I ain't into that shyster stuff. Duty. You said duty. Cause of death. Well, as long as you don't get DWI and DOA mixed up, you'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
No. Hashtag hot coffee. Actually, Vandal, hot coffee really wasn't a mod. It was just stuff they left in the game and forgot to block off or delete. Not Ape. What did I do now, Mia? Please enlighten me as to how my mouth running has gotten me in trouble.
Mm. How hasn't it?
I don't know. I figured with this attitude, I should at least have a girlfriend, but apparently not.
Yeah, it's freezing rain. We were just getting it down here a little bit too. I could hear it tapping on the window. It looks like it stopped though.
Oh.
Who likes fiery redheads?
Her brother, maybe?
Oh. And not the Prince William kind.
Nor the bozo or it. Driving under the influence. Driving while under influence of attack. DWUII. She hasn't heard you yet, Abe. Just talk a lot in public. Well, unfortunately, Mia, the lovely and silky smooth announcer voice that you happen to like is actually not my real voice. Man, I don't think the radio station here would pay me as well as I get for pushing a button on a machine. Even though I would literally just have to walk across the street. Ladies and gentlemen, that was AC/DC and Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Next up, we're going to be playing Back in Black. Because marijuana is now a thing. Yeah. I thought it was just DW... what was it? Yeah, because I changed DWI because it was driving while intoxicated to DUI to driving under the influence. And they just made influence a different... a larger catch-all.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's under the influence of methamphetamine and driving under the influence of alcohol.
Yeah.
Yes, remember, boys and girls, if you're going to be using mind-altering substances, probably best not to operate heavy equipment on a public thoroughfare.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, you do you, but that's just my 2 cents.
It's probably not a good idea to be driving a forklift or anything like that either.
I consider that to be heavy equipment. If it weighs more than you and is made out of stuff that is harder than
I was thinking more along the lines than a warehouse because you said on the roads. So I'm thinking more like in a warehouse. Don't be driving a forklift in a warehouse either.
So you're saying my head doesn't do random drug testing like most places.
My headphones just beeped. I think I'm about out of juice here in my headphones, so I'm probably gonna have to cut it down. It's super late anyway. It's like fucking 3:30, so it's time to.
George,
we're gonna have to.
So it's Wednesday, so I mean, come on.
Yeah.
George, are you trying to channel your inner Mr. Knives onto the influence of chocolate milk? Seriously?
It's a possibility.
Oh yeah, Knives didn't jump in. Actually, that might be for the better that Knives didn't jump in.
Yeah, I didn't see him. I think we saw him last week, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Ever since the keep having a compressor overplay maintenance. Oh. I don't know. Ever since the lobbies kind of went, I don't want to say tits up, but since the lobby stopped being a thing, it's kind of nice to see him every once in a while.
Yeah, for sure.
Tiny water time.
Yeah.
Yeah, my idiot wife, instead of buying full-size water bottles, she bought tiny water bottles for our trip. It's like, so we had to go run to Target and get some regular water bottles because Target was by where our hotel was.
Like, come on, woman! I can't like put half a thing of this Propel water in it. It won't seal again. I'm gonna put half of it in, close it up, forget it in my pocket, and then it's gonna be like Sarge with his pocket sandwich.
It's like, God
Except
damn
for me, it's gonna be pocket punch.
It's like, God damn it! You didn't buy water bottles? You bought water shots.
Yeah, like airline bottles.
Yeah. Like 2 drinks in a bottle of water is gone.
Like glug glug done. Peanut butter jelly time. Okay, so since he brought that up and it just popped into my head, peanut butter jelly time versus making bacon pancakes. Which is better? Go.
Bacon pancakes. Bacon pancake song all the way.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of either.
Well, it's not a fan. It's not whether I like both of these. It's which is the least bad.
Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
I don't know.
Bacon and you put it in the pancake.
Hey.
Now, are we doing the one that has the riding the banana riding the donkey in the video too, or what one are we doing?
We're just going by the music.
You take a bacon and you put it in a pancake.
Peanut butter
bacon pancake. That's what it's gonna take. Bacon pancake. Do.
I'll go peanut butter and jelly time. I cannot stand adventure time.
So I'm the deciding vote. Woohoo! Yeah, I'm gonna go with bacon pancake.
Bacon pancakes, and I made them. I have pics proof I made them.
Yes,
hey man, I got a damn. My bacon pancakes got turned into a patch, man. You know that's legit.
Mm-hmm. Heck, you made it on the
shit out of me. That cartoon
on the channel's closing montage of G Sony patch.
I started to watch it. I watched a couple seconds of it, and then I was at work and I turned it off, and I haven't tried to watch it again.
Yeah,
they show the sewing or the design of it or something.
He sewed taking the picture, then making it into a vector. Then I think he got the background of the pancake, and then like one of the bacons.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he had like a machine jam or something like that.
Yeah, I have one of the sewn ones. I have one of the demo, not the demos, but the prototypes. Yeah. My bacon pancakes brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, "It's better than yours." My pancake is better than yours. Read pink.
So how many would be interested in a quit moving? How many would be interested in a gun channels alternative? Would that be a thing?
Yeah, I think it would be. I think the biggest thing with gun channels is if he would have been able to keep the lobbies a thing. I think that would have been great. It's nice to have the central location for the scheduling and messaging and stuff like that. So for sure, I think it's a valid thing to have. I think it's a bummer that it couldn't keep it up and running.
Yeah, that it got too outdated.
Yeah. Yeah, I think having the lobbies are super, and they still do them. The guys still do them. They do them over on Discord now, I guess.
Yeah, Angelina's got a Discord
Yeah.
thing set up.
Oh yeah. I didn't know who was doing it. I heard Rick talking about it, but I think if he would bring back the lobbies, that's the key to it, you know.
Well,
Keep the traffic up.
well, yeah, it's just like okay. Well, let's kind of just go through the basics of the lobbies. It was, first you have to have a place to where you can put a link that's not just like out in the ether. Otherwise,
Right.
you end up with a twig, berries, and a butthole getting in on gun or on chamber. We've got the chamber, which it doesn't have the limit, or it's, I don't know, does YouTube still have like a stream length limit? Is it like 10 hours now or something like that?
Who?
No idea.
YouTube.
Yeah, no idea.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Even if they do have, and it's like the same old 8 hours or whatever, with the chamber, we've got it, unlike StreamYard, where you got to have someone there to manually let people in and only have 6. With this, it's something we can keep open, something that can be streamed. You don't have to have, you just got to leave the original person. Well, you don't even need to leave the original person in there. It's just as long as they're still streaming it on their channel. So we've got that. But then on that same place where we dump the link, having like that internal, that secondary chat or text chat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a bummer to not have it, you know. It's just I get it. If he can't keep it running, he can't keep it running. You know what I mean? If you can't, you got to do what you got to do. But
if it's time to cut off the hand to save the arm, kind of thing, then yeah, do it.
Yeah, but it would be nice to have something. If you could keep those, I think having something to keep the lobby chats and keep people bullshitting during the day, and because there's so many times where you're just doing stuff around the house or whatnot, that even if the guys are just talking about reloading or bullshitting about different calibers
or about cars or about whether or not the best part of Ewok is the tenderloin from the foot or the one that goes from the rectal gland up to behind the ear.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you're cooking those Ewok calamaris. They get chewy, you know what I mean? And you only get one per Ewok, so you don't want to ruin it.
No, you don't want them chewy. You want them to be fork tender.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. Especially since I just bought a bunch of GC shirts for Shot. Well, hey, you know what? They're vintage now. They're
there you
collector's items.
Yeah.
And once again, got channels as a people. And some non-people morphic things. Like Kinky.
Yeah. It was nice to have the schedule. I was thinking about that yesterday, how it was so nice to go and have the schedule there to know who was going and when and what time, what days and all that stuff. So, yeah. Okay, Mountain Road is like a skating rink.
Yeah, you be careful out there, Black Cat. You don't.
Yeah.
Time to get out and put the skates on the car.
There you go.
We don't need to be reading in the newspaper, lesbian man found dead while driving.
Yeah. The Cali debate is over. 10 millimeter is the best millimeter. There you go.
Mm.
I just got my headphones just beeped again here.
Okay.
I'm probably going to be
dropping out. I don't know if you want to call it, we can do this. Otherwise, we're just going to keep sitting here, find a new shit to bullshit about.
What's weird is
that's all we've been doing.
Yeah, it doesn't give me it doesn't tell me how much juice I have left.
So is it just going like beep or battery very low? Please charge.
Yeah, it's just giving me a beep. Yeah, it just beeped. Yeah, it's just beeped. It doesn't, and I don't know how long I have after it starts beeping. Like, some of them you get like 5 minutes, some of them you get 20 minutes. Who knows?
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's give it a call here, and we'll get going. Not sure lesbian man is a real thing. Sounds like some sort of fucked up superhero. Oh, here comes lesbian man.
No,
That's
it
a sweet.
is
That's a sweet cape you got there, buddy.
It's a thing.
It is a perfectly acceptable terminology in this day and age for there to be a lesbian man.
Yep.
Don't try and regender people.
You can be whatever the hell gender you want to be now. Come on. We get a new one every 5 minutes?
I don't know. I don't follow it as closely as you do, but
No, I don't follow it that closely. I was being sarcastic.
I know, and I was taking your sarcasm and trying to turn it back on you because I'm an asshole.
Better turn it on.
Yeah. Nope. Did Midnight just did he run down the batteries in his toy?
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was muted. I was coughing earlier.
Okay, I didn't know. Yeah. So
does lesbian man have Kate? Yeah, does she have the Karen cut? Yeah.
Hey, don't gender lesbian man. I don't know what lesbian man's pronouns are. Come on.
What's funny is what's that guy Chris or Keith Urban? He had a Karen cut, and he was a dude, but he was from Australia. So I mean, what are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no wait, I'm
Keith
thinking
Urban.
Billy
Carl,
Boys.
Is it the dude, the country singer, the singer?
Oh
Keith
yeah,
Urban.
that's Keith Urban.
Keith Urban, right?
Urban.
Yeah, because it's
Carl
Urban.
Urban is
Carl Urban is the actor. No, because who the hell's the actor that plays Billy Butcher in The Boys? Because it's like Carl or Keith something.
Carl Urban is the one that played Dredd. He also played, I forget what else.
Yeah, he's been a few things.
How many hours?
These are pretty good, man. I can get, if I'm just listening to stuff, I can get 8-10 hours out of them.
Mm-hmm.
My old ones were better, man. My Sonys that I had before this, the ones that died that I couldn't get them replaced, then I got these. These are skull candies. My Sonys would last me like 13 hours. I could listen to stuff. 12 hours, depending on how loud it was. These are the wrapper. These are the ones that have the wraparound neck thing, so the batteries are a little bit bigger. I also have a pair of cheap ones somewhere that are just like they're connected, the wired connected Bluetooth ones. Those don't last as long. They last like 5 or 6 hours, but that's still pretty good. Or maybe a little longer than that. Yeah, maybe 6-7 hours, but that's still pretty damn good. Those ones that are just the ear pod style ones, those you don't get very much. Those you can get like 3 hours out of, something like that.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself for not buying more of the LG Bluetooth headsets when Walmart was clearing them out for $30. So I just had to break into my last set that I bought because one of my the last two I had, it's like the left earbud just went out. Well, went out on one, and the other one just got super quiet. So the driver is probably not.
That's what happened with my Sonys. They just one day one of them stopped working, and then like 2 weeks, like a week and a half later, the other one just started crackling one day, just out of nowhere, just standing there listening. It just started crackling, and then after about 10 seconds, it just went out, and that was it.
Well, interesting thing is, both of the ones that went bad, the right ear set it works fine. So those I just keep in my vehicle because we got a hands-free law. So figure, well, if I got one ear, if the other one's not going to work, I can have one ear open anyway.
Yeah. I use them a lot. I like having them. I use them at work a lot because I'll put them in And when I'm doing my order or talking to my reps and stuff, because I'll talk to my reps, about pricing and all sorts of different stuff during the day. I just wear these and while I'm still cooking or working or doing prep or something, so I can talk to them about stuff while I'm still getting things done. Guy that comments says, "Can they double as ear pro?" They probably could to some extent.
Mine do.
Yeah, the ones that I have now they're called the Skull Candy Method, and they're made
The Skull
for
Candy Meth Head.
Meth Head methods, and the earbud parts are actually not round; they're actually like oval, and they fit really nice and snug, but still really comfortably. And
So
they do cut a lot of sound out. I could wear these, I'm sure, if I wanted to.
So the part that goes in your ear hole, is that like a hard plastic, or is it like those kind of inverse suction cups like regular earbuds?
No, it's a squishy like regular earbuds, but it's
Okay.
not. But it's not quite round. It's like an oval, almost an egg shape.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really, really comfortable. They're really nice.
Yeah, the LG ones that I use those for ear protection every time I don't want to put on like actual ear cups.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I used to do that before I had electronic earmuffs. I would put in earbuds and then put my earmuffs over top of them. And listen to music while I was at the range. I like to do that, especially when I'm shooting precision rifle. All right, y'all. CBD time. All right.
Ooh, is that code for something?
Speaking of, I was gonna say I'm gonna go up and get all spiced up here. Menthol.
All right.
You can see if I can. I hopefully have some latex gloves around here, so I don't.
They're probably next to your latex suit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, be careful when you go potty.
Yeah, for real.
Or maybe this is an incentive for you to try and put it on, or get to use it without using your hands, kind of thing. Still listening for Ape's outro?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Ape, why don't you give it to us and we'll get the hell out of here before my.
Rich, you got anything to? Or anybody got anything to plug before I do this?
Not really.
The only thing I got is I'm gonna over the next day or two, I'm gonna do a quick little video, sort of letting everybody know that Greg is going to be on the show next week, hopefully. And underneath that video, if anybody has any questions for him, put them under that video. If you have any questions about the process that they used, the materials, why they did what they did, and what their plans are for the future, that kind of thing, so I'll try and do that. It'll just be something quick. I'll probably just do it on my truck on the way to work or something. But under that video, put in there if you have any questions for them, and hopefully next week he'll be able to come on the show, and I think we'll have a good time. He's a really nice guy. Had a really nice conversation with him the other day, and I hope they do well. I wish them the best. So
yeah, his wife and daughter seem like they're really nice people too. So those are who I talk to.
Very much so. I'm excited for him to come on. It's really cool for us to be able to talk to somebody like that, and for them, for him, it's a good opportunity because he's never done a chat. He's never done anything like this, so it's a good opportunity for him to come on and get his feet wet a little bit and have some fun with us, and hopefully move on to bigger and better things and be successful. So, Ape, go ahead because my headphones just beeped again. I don't know how much longer I have.
And first, before I read this 7 Wonders, I did try to take them out, but in today's construction, the wires that connect them are like thinner than my hair, like the hair on my head for connecting that speaker, and it's all potted closed. So, whining and excuses set aside, ladies, gentlemen, and Jonases of all ages, thank you for watching Midnight Range TM's The Closer. This concludes our regularly scheduled programming, but someone will be back sometime today with open lobbies or some other random bullshit. Be sure to keep an ear out for Black Cat Outdoors beer chats or whatever he's doing, as long as he doesn't skate off the end of the cliff because he's texting on his phone instead of paying attention. Pay attention, sir. We don't need to be losing you. So, the Gun Channel's community Monday night programming schedule is as follows. At 5 p.m. Eastern, it's Hasty Headlines with Never Enough Ammo. Get your fill of rants, raves, news, and commentary with Mr. Matt. At 7 p.m. Eastern, it's the Polite Society podcast on Facebook and Travis P11, King Travi himself, Caliber Corner on YouTube. At 8 p.m. Eastern, it's Clover Tax MOA Monday only on Instagram and Hawaii Volcano Squad's Locked and Loaded on YouTube. At 9 p.m. Eastern, it's Never Enough Ammo, aka Mr. Matt's Guns and Geeks podcast, The Week in Geek. At 10 p.m. Eastern, it's intentionally left blank, but they don't do a regularly scheduled programming, so you're just going to have to catch them whenever. And every weeknight at midnight Eastern, it's the Daily Gun Show. Also, check out GunTube.org as a free and unrestricted Pro2A video platform. If you like what you see, go over to Patreon and throw them a couple of dollars. This lovely chamber that we're using right now doesn't run itself. For cool and unique 2A swag like any of these wonderful patches you see here on this patch panel, or the stickers by Mr. Robbie, or the Kalashnikov playing card deck, go over to gearwebsites.com. For cool and unique 2A swag, that's gearwebsites.com. And remember, a hot dog is a sandwich, Slim Jim is a candy bar, and never eat fudge from a place called Uranus.
All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Look forward to next week. Thanks for checking in with us. I'll see you guys later.
Hold on, Midnight. Before you hit exit, we just got a memo here from Human Resources. They would like to remind people to please refrain from urinating in the cryogenic organic matter storage unit. It is really unsanitary. That, and we have a big customer coming in on Tuesday. So, once again, Human Resources would like to remind you to please refrain from urinating in the cryogenic organic storage unit.
Or in layman's term, OTP and cold box.
And be careful with the street confections also. The street fudge is, you got to really watch.
Mm-hmm.
Careful. So watch out for that shit. Take it easy. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Mia.